Livestock Showcase. We're really excited to get started this weekend, and we think we have some pretty cool things lined up for everyone. We're going to go ahead and open in prayer, so if you would please bow your heads. Dear Heavenly Father, as we gather here today, we just want you to know that we are so ever grateful for the opportunities provided to all of us. Each day we know, as we walk in your strength and grace, that we can achieve anything and everything that comes before us. We ask you that you place a lot of grace on the hearts of all these youth that are out here showing, and we just want to move forward and just be positive and have a wonderful atmosphere to continue to grow and achieve in agriculture. And as everyone comes and goes today, we ask for traveling mercies and all those that have come out to support this event. And it's in your precious name that we pray. Amen. Please stand for the playing of the national anthem.
And you see by the dawn's early light, for so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we walked were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular above us, singing through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the
Thank you. Here in just a moment, I'm going to turn it over to our Master of Ceremonies. Today we are blessed to have H.R. Scott with us. He is retired from Extension in Monongalia County, where he resides, and it's just an honor. He did a real great job for us last year, and we were excited that he agreed to come back. We ask that if anyone has any issues today or tomorrow, if you're here, to please come to the registration desk and make us aware. And good luck to all of the participants, and let's get this show on the road.
All right, we'll get right underway here with our swine showmanship, beginning with our Class 1 senior showmanship. We're looking for Trevor Lewis, Lex Meyer, Chloe Tamilis, Ella Collins, Kara Rinker, Maddie Engel, and Clint Orville. That will kick off our swine show today. They may enter the ring now at the direction of your judge. We're very excited to have Mr. Justin Tibbetts with us today. He grew up on his family's cattle farm in Mineral Point, Wisconsin, showing and judging livestock. He currently resides there with his wife Ashley and two boys, Landry and Maddox. Justin owns and operates Tibbetts Livestock, consists of several show pig sows, 150 herd cow operation, spacing in, I think we're going and coming. They specialize in club calf production. Justin has been marketing to youth exhibitors for local, state, and national shows for the last 20 years. He grew up judging livestock, claiming 2 individual state titles in 4-H and 2 in FFA. He's had the pleasure of judging all over the country, and most recently he was in San Angelo Gilt Show in February. We'd like to welcome Mr. Tibbetts to West Virginia.
Good morning, and really thankful at the opportunity to come out here to West Virginia to evaluate your guys' Swan Show. I personally have never been east of Ohio, so I kind of wanted to jump at the opportunity. You know, we're from Wisconsin, and there's more than just beer and cheese and brats up there. You know, you get some crazy weather up there, but, you know, I'd say it's similar around here. We have rolling hills there, but we don't have hills like you guys. So, you know, I commend you for what you do out here, raising cattle or hogs or whatever you're doing agriculture-wise. I will say I wouldn't want to try to row crop it, and I was informed on the way in here that you guys don't row crop. So I know it's a struggle at home trying to farm them hills. It seems like we're always losing a gravity box or a grain cart, it seems, on the hills. So, but I commend you guys. Really neat ground out here. Really neat, you know, really appreciative of the opportunity. And we'll get through your hog show here today. You know, showmanship, I guess, is different for every judge. For me, it's presentation. And you're out here for so long with your hog or whatever you're showing, and you got to give the judge the best look that you possibly can for the short time you're out here. So, you know, that initial instinct coming out of that gate is very relative for me on how I'm going to decide how you're going to do and how you can transition yourself through the ring. And for me, I think you know, it's initial instinct, but at the same time, I sit out here, and if I get down on one knee, I'm not just getting down because I'm tired. I want to see the chest shot of your hog. Or if I go to one corner, I want to see how you can transition to get that hog turned around. Are you short pivoting that hog? Are you using the whole ring? And for me, it all just comes down to little things. I think for me, there's one showman as we break these down, and I'm pretty stern on what I'm going to do usually, you know, and you know, it doesn't matter whether I'm evaluating the livestock, the showman, it's kind of that initial instinct and how smooth they can be. There's one showman that wins this deal and does relatively easily for me based on how they can get that hog from one point of the ring to the other point of the ring, how broke they have that hog, how calm and collective they are with that particular barrow or gilt. And for me, it's just a simple winner in this particular drive. Young lady in the red shirts are going to be our winner. Congratulations. 2 and 3 get a little closer for me, and like I said, I just, when I talk to these kids, I just kind of break them down. Everybody at ringside can tell their young individual how they want to show their particular barrow or gilt. I guess I'm privileged today to have the option of how I want to evaluate these young showmen. And for 2 and 3, it gets closer. I think it's probably between a pair of them that have great eye contact, are great with their stick. Maybe one, or maybe at times I'd like to just throttle them back. And I'm not going to particularly give it away right now. Between 2 or 3, the young man here to the left of me and the young lady. And it's probably at times, I told the young man we need to get more drive out of that barrel. And maybe it's that barrel structure or skeleton. He just don't want to grab that other gear. The young lady's probably a little more aggressive behind the stick. What I did like about the young lady was she was the first one here. She was the first one out of the gate. She gave me that initial instinct of just having confidence behind the stick. Now that barrel's wanting to break down, and we'd probably want to just throttle back on him a little bit. Her eye contact with the judge and having just the total right posture of that particular hog at all times. She's going to go second. Young man, you're going to be third. Congratulations. 4th and 5th get a little bit closer for me. I think it comes down to just having that hog calm and collective and just having all angles of the ring right, using the whole ring, not short turning the livestock and not short pivoting them. The young lady here with the blue gilt's going to be 4th. Congratulations to her. And we're going to grab a 5th, and between the 2 young individuals, I'm going to use the young man with the black gilt for 5th. We'll round out the class with the young lady. Seeing the young man use his brush just a little bit more, just little things in showmanship that can just bump you up a spot or 2. But a really good group here. Let's give them all a nice round of applause as they exit the ring.
The results on our Class 1 senior showmanship, your champion went to Maddie Engel, 2nd to Chloe Tamlis, 3rd to Clint Alville, 4th Kira Rinker, 5th Trevor Lewis, and 6th Ellen Collins. We're now looking for our first group, Class 2 and Intermediate. We should have Krista Rinker, Carson Stone, Emily Hutchison, Dickie Johnson, Davy Johnson, and Jesse Moats. At this time, I would like to recognize some of our sponsors here. This show takes a lot of work and effort as well as money to get it put together. And we'll start out with our platinum sponsors. We have the Preston County Livestock Association, Stone Paving, Stone Asphalt, Grant County Mulch, Wagner Septic Service, Prodigy, Nicholas Enterprises, Affordable Signs Unlimited, Arcasa Accurates, Lubricin HA, Titan Roofing, LP Mineral, Lowe's of Oakland, Bates Recycling, Spike's Chimney Sweep, Glen LaRue, and Modern Homestead. We'll announce the others as we progress through, but that is our platinum sponsors. We ask that you get a chance to support these people any way you can. The sponsors that fall underneath our gold sponsorship is Senator Randy Smith, Anderson Excavating, Wade Mayfield Memorial Fund, Triple P Meats, Transova Genetics, Stone Backflow Services, Farm Credit of the Virginias, Clear Mountain Bank, Shop and Save Express, Mountain State Event Solutions, Polis Seal Coating, White House Cattle, J.W. Wilhelm Ag Fencing, LLC, Phillips Livestock, 4D Roofing, First United Bank, Ace Aggregates, Mike's Towing, LEC Farm and Garden Market, Stone Farms, Preston Contractors, and Ball Auction Incorporated. In our silver sponsors, we have Westmar Angus, Triple C Angus, Miley Legal Group, Schrock Farm Equipment.
Well, nice group here to work through, and we just, as we talk to them all individually, I guess we tell them an area or two as we'd improve upon, and for me in this group, I'm going to grab 3, and I think it becomes very relative for me, I guess, and on the 3 that kind of hit me coming out of the gate, first impression is big, and the one we talked to about, I said there was a young lady that I said we got to get more side profile out of that hog, and at times I maybe catch her on the wrong side of the pig. So the hog that's coming in front of me, and for all you younger kids, make sure you're always on the opposite side of the hog and the judge, so the judge can get the view of the side profile of the barrel, and the same as you come at you. It's making that transition, as I get in front of that particular hog, how smooth can you make that transition back to the other side that the young man does. Man does a nice job. He is going to get pulled from this group, and we're going to grab 3 out of this heat, as we said. I think it comes relatively close for me and the other 2, the young lady here in front of me. She's going to get grabbed to come back, and we'll reevaluate these guys as we get into our next division, and the young lady with the belted barrel is going to get pulled here. Let's give them all a good round of applause, though, as they exit the ring. Like I said, just for this particular judge, it's about the handle of the hog and how well we have them broke. For the most part, though, I'm just so big on that first impression and how you can come out and how smooth you are and how you can keep your hog calm and collective, and that's the way I like to evaluate them in the particular showmanship drive of the pig section.
Coming back out of this class for the final drive will be Krista Rinker, Emily Hutchison, and Jesse Motes. We now bring out our next class. This is Class 3. Olivia Boyer, Tristan Smith, Randigio Wolford, Max Hardesty, Christopher Engel, Kristen Ritchie, and Reagan Dean. We'd like to let those you in the stands that are just getting here and other exhibitors are around, if you want a good cup of coffee, Portland coffee with their good cinnamon rolls, or inside right there in the concession stand area. And out on the ground, we have the Mountain State Barbecue, which will be serving a good lunch here very shortly. And they have sausage, biscuits, and gravy, I've been told, if you want to get a good breakfast. Also, in our sponsorship, we have the Friends of Ag sponsors, and these individuals is Meadowview Farm Supply, Preston County FFA alumni, Preston County Farm Bureau, Insurance Centers, Pretzel Arena, Middletown Tractor, Comfortable Living Properties, A&J Jessica Bernowitz, Del Plain Land and Cattle, Ingalls Show Pigs, Tri-State Insurance Group, Jenkins Family Farm, Del Ridge Farm LLLP, Gertzel Farms LLC, France Farms. As we say, we appreciate you helping these individuals. Anytime you need some of their services, we would encourage you to support them since they are supporting us.
Still kind of heats up a little bit when we get into this drive, and I think there's 2 to 3 really good showmen. We're going to go ahead and pull 3. I think there's 2 that are exceptional in this group, and I'm kind of excited to get them back out. But, as we broke the young individuals down again, I guess for me it's just, your posture with the hog. These hogs, these young individuals probably do just a little better job at being smoother about getting these things across the ring. These hogs are broke a little bit. They got more head carriage out of them, but yet they keep them calm and collective, and I appreciate that about this particular group. I guess we talked to all of them individually, and then, the couple 3 we'll bring back, we'll break them down even more in our division drive. So, but with that being said, I guess for me, the young man's going to make it to the next round here in front of me. The young lady with the belted barrel and kind of the maroon-colored shirt will come back as well. Actually, I'm going to grab 4. I thought there was 4, worthy of discussion in this particular drive. And the young lady here with the pink shirt and the Yorkshire appearing gilt will make the next cut, and the young lady with the belted gilt on the far end there. So, but really a nice group to work with. The young individuals will excuse. We kind of told them why we did. Maybe just waiting for that signal from the judge or not going back to close your gate. But like I said, for me, more importantly, it's just having presentation of your particular show hog. So with that being said, we'll get into our next heat. Congratulations to the ones we pulled.
We have returning in Class 3, Olivia Boyer, Randy Joe Wolford, Christopher Engel, and Reagan Dean. We now have our last class of intermediates coming into the ring, Class 4, Cole Blosser, Hunter Townsend, Avery Pollock, Kylie Geyer, Maddie McClure, Riley Mayfield, and Bryson Nice.
as we get into our final group in this particular division, there's some good showmen out here, and as we talk to them all, I guess we're gonna grab 4 out of this group. I think there's 4 worthy of discussion and 4 worthy of making the next round. Like I said, I guess personal preference, however you see them at ringside, and sometimes I might grab 2, sometimes I might grab 3, and I think there was 4 in this particular heat. And like I said, just the little things, control of the pig, having that hog broke, knowing the ring, using the whole ring, not short turning the livestock, all them little things come into effect for me on my decision on how you're going to go, further on throughout the process of this drive, I guess. So the 4 I'm going to go ahead and grab. The young lady with the Berkshire gilt, she'll make the next round. Congratulations to her. The young lady with the pink shirt here and the belted barrel, and the young man here with the black-headed barrel, and then the young lady with the belted gilt on the far end there with the pink shirt as well. So we'll excuse the rest. Let's give them all a nice round of applause. I talked to them in class there on where they need to improve. Congratulations, and thanks for coming out.
Keeping out as Class 4, he kept Hunter Townsend, Avery Pollock, Kylie Geyer, Maddie McClure. Now coming back in to show with these will be the individuals from Class 2, Krista Rinker, Emily Hutchison, and Jesse Motes. And then now Class 3 will have Olivia Boyer, Randy Joe Wolford, Christopher Engel, and Reagan Dean. That will make your final drive for your intermediate showmanship champion.
Go ahead and give this age group a good round of applause. I guess as I break it down, it's just like anything. I guess you get out here, and for me, it's just about, that particular showman that's just no holes. There's no negative effect on that judge on how they're particular getting the hog drove, and, at the same time, I like hogs that hit the gate, with some good stamina built into them, and, it's repetition at home, I mean, this does not start coming into the ring. You can tell the ones that are broke, the ones that are getting drove at home, the ones that just have that extra stamina built into them, and yet you get to the show ring, and then you come through the gate, and you give me that initial instinct that you're out here, you want to win, and you're driving these particular barrels or gilts, and you're here to win showmanship. And I think there's three that really do a good job. I think there's one or two that really separate themselves and what I would call next level good in terms of this particular age division, and not only transition and coming out of the gate, but using the whole ring, having that hog drove, and having that hog collective and calm at all times, For me, there's one that probably just hits me a little bit harder than everybody else in this particular heat, based on the way the particular hogs broke, based on the way the particular hog's handled, based on the particular way that hog comes out of the gate. And like I said, this is all due to the driver. This is the person behind the whip. Young lady in front of me here is going to be our champion in this particular division. Give her a nice round of applause. 2 and 3 come close for me, I guess, and you can do it at ringside how you'd like. I just kind of go with the no holes type of showman, the one that just kind of hits that gate and keeps that hog driving, keeps that hog calm and collective, eye contact with the hog and the judge as well. And I guess the difference between second and third, I thought the young individual got just a little more drive out of this particular hog. The hog that goes, the young individual that's going to go third, I'd just like to see that hog grab another gear. The young lady with the Berkshire gilt's going to be our reserve. Congratulations to her. Give her a nice round of applause. Our third place showman, when he come in the gate, hit me really, really hard. Like I said, just little things, and it comes down to particular preference of me, I guess, today. And I just wish this young individual could grab another gear on that particular barrel. Young man in the green shirt's going to be third. Congratulations to him. Same with the particular individual that comes forth in this particular heat. I know this particular hog probably is the biggest, stoutest, densest, and it's hard to just maybe get that hog to grab another gear, but yet, same time, eye contact's good. My initial instinct coming out of that gate with a first impression was good. The young lady with the belted gilt will be fourth. And for fifth, the young individual did a good job, really probably made that transition of, I told him in class at times he wanted to maybe just touch that hog on the side, and, it's just nitpicking, but in showmanship you can do this. The young man in the purple shirt with the black-headed barrel is going to go forth. Let's give him a good round of applause. Congratulations to them all. Let's give them all a good round of applause as they head out of the ring.
In our intermediate showmanship, your champion ended up being Reagan Dean, reserve champion Avery Pollock, third Christopher Engel, fourth Kylie Geyer, and fifth Hunter Townsend. We now move into our junior division, class 5. We're looking at Brody McCleary, Alyssa Friend, Isaiah Kidwell, Jace Vasinski, Brady Adams, Cooper Mayfield, Nathan Bernanowitz.
again, nice group to work with here, and we're starting to get kind of back at our younger age division, and just areas or two that we would improve upon in terms of a showmanship competition, I guess. And for this particular heat, maybe just nickel more control of the hog, a little more head carriage on the hog, and so much of that is going to come with practice and repetition. I can't just recommend it enough for you kids at home. Get these pigs out of their pen, get them drove, and make a schedule. Tonight we're going to get done chores, and we're going to take our hog for a walk, and we're going to practice. It's just like playing sports. The more you put into it, the more you get out of it. So I'm going to grab 2 out of this heat, and I'm excited to get one back in here for sure, and when we get into our driver Division 5. But the young man with the black barrel here in front of me, he's going to make that next round. Congratulations to him. And then, for that next heat, I guess it come down relatively close, I guess. The young man with the blue barrel is going to go next. And let's give them all a nice round of applause. Like I said, just control. I mean, that's the biggest thing. Head carriage, control, having that hog broke, and then we kind of get down into breaking them down even farther as showmen. But, at this particular age group, that's what I'm looking for. And our spacing of the ring, of course, is important as well. So congratulations. Give them all a nice round of applause one more time as they exit the ring.
Out of Class 5 and returning for the championship drive will be Brody McCleary and Chase Vincinki. In Class 6, we have Garrett Nelson, Elisa Kinsey, Peyton Kistner, Garland Lawson, Adrena Kelly, Gavin Stutchell, Sawyer Warner.
fun group, and I think there's a really good group to work through here. And I'll tell you what, we're going to grab 4 out of this heat in no particular order. I think these guys are worthy of discussion in the next round. Excited to get them back out here based on how they just get these things, paraded around the ring here. The 4 we're going to go ahead and grab the young man here with the Duroc gilt, the young man here with the little belted gilt in front of me here with the red shirt, the young lady at the far corner with the chromed up gilt coming across the ring there, and then the young lady right here in front of me with the belted barrel. But just to air your two on the other young individuals, told the young man here at times, we just got to work on getting that hog right back to the center of the ring. At times he just wanted to get to the corner on you, just a little faster transition time, and we'll certainly, you're right there, buddy. You do a good job. Young lady here in front of us, just a little more head carriage out of that particular gilt, maybe using the whole ring, not trying to short turn that pig and not trying to pivot that particular hog. And same with the young man here in front of me, just a little more control of that barrel. Does a nice job. He's calm and collective. Just fell into a really tough heat. So give them all one more round of applause as they exit the ring, and we'll resort the next group.
In class number 6, we will have returning Peyton Kistner, Garwin Lawson, and Sawyer Warner, Ardina Kelly. We now go to class 7, Bailey Vincenki, Jace McCleary, Sophie Oppold, Eli Friend, Luca Hay, Olivia Kelly. For those of you getting ready to go out and get something to eat here shortly, the Mountain State Barbecue has sold out of breakfast, but they got plenty of meals lined up for lunch. You can have chicken wings, barbecue, hot dogs, pulled pork. They got a wide selection out there getting ready to switch over to their lunch. Also inside in the concessions area, we have the Portland Coffee with their cinnamon rolls and drinks right through the doors and to your left.
Again, a nice pair at the top of this particular heat, and we're going to keep two in this group, and there's probably a little more learning curve in this particular group, and for you young kids, like I said, it's coming out of that gate, it's important you give me that impression, that first initial look that, you have a show hog and he's broke, and that's what's important to me, and yet you turn around and close your gate. And another thing at this particular age that I can't strive enough for you young individuals, it's just keeping everything in order so it's easier for my ringmen and easier for the judge to evaluate. And, it's just presentation. That's what's going to get you to the next level in this particular drive, and, just areas to work on and improve upon. Always keep your hog in between the judge and yourself. I talked to several of these young individuals about that. And, just repetition of driving these hogs at home. I can't strive it enough. It's just one of them things that's going to get you to that next level of competition. But with that being said, I think we got two really good individuals. Excited to get them back out. The young man here with the belted gilt's going to make the next cut, and the young lady with the chromed up gilt is going to make the next cut. But congratulations to them all. Let's give them all a nice round of applause as they head back to the pen there. The rest of them we excuse.
We have returning our Class 7, Mele Vincinki and Luca Hay. The judge now will select and bring back in those returning one at a time at his command. We're looking for Brody McCleary, Jace Vincinki, Peyton Kistner, Garwin Lawson, Audrina Kelly, Sawyer Warner, Mele Vincinki, and Luca Hay. This will be the final drive in our junior showmanship.
give this group a good round of applause. You know, for you, those of you guys at ringside that, you know, this is kind of a new experience for you. You know, to me, this is what showmanship is right here. You got 8 kids, I mean, showing their tails off, and, you know, all 8 of these out here got to look on them like they want to win this particular heat. And, you know, yet at the same time, they bring it to the table in terms of having these hogs broke and having these hogs presented, and that's where I appreciate these young individuals. You know, for me, I just nitpick, and I get down there, and, you know, it just comes down to no different than evaluating livestock. We're just evaluating these kids on how they're presenting these particular projects and, you know, to the best of their ability, you know. So for me, there's just one kind of no-hold showman coming out of the gate, and particularly just hitting the right angles of the ring. Eye contact is equal with the hog. Head carriage is good. You know, fast, make them transitions with the judge. You know, at times I'll walk in front of the pig or I'll get on the other side. I'm not doing it out of respect. I'm just trying to catch these kids off guard because you guys got that quality of showman here in this particular heat. But my favorite in this particular drive is the young lady with the blue shirt. She's going to be our champion. Congratulations to her. 2 and 3 get a little closer, and you know, you can sit here and I'll justify. There's a lot of good things about our second place. Without a doubt, he brings the freshest hog in terms of skin and hair, and has the hog probably broke best in terms of just presentation. At times, I'd maybe kept him off guard, but you know, it is a hog show, and I think that's important. You know, you talk about skin and hair. It's still presentation. It's presentation with yourself, presentation with the hog, and trying to evaluate, making that judge's job easy. The young man here with the blue shirt is going to be second in this drive. Congratulations to him. Just at times, I caught him on the wrong side of the pig, and little things, buddy, and showmanship will get you beat. I'm sure you're going to win a lot of competitions down the road, though. Congratulations to you. Third and fourth, again, you know, just little things. Our third place showman, at times, I caught him cutting the hog off. Man, I like the way this kid drives a particular gilt, though. His posture is very good. He's calm and collective. Young man with the Duroc gilt's going to be third. Congratulations to him. Fourth and fifth get a little closer. Our fourth place, very, very good with his posture. Just like to see this hog grab another gear. And maybe it's just the hog's structure and skeleton, but, you know, just as a showmanship judge, it's just personal preference. Young man, you're going to go fourth. Congratulations to you. And our fifth place showman, the particular hog broke down, and, you know, I don't want to take it away, but just sometimes that's part of the stamina we build up in these particular hogs, and this gilt just wanted to quit on us. The young lady with the blue shirt's going to go ahead and be fifth down at the far side of the ring. Let's give her a nice round of applause. Really good group to work with. Congratulations to them all.
In our junior showmanship, your champion was exhibited by Peyton Kistner. Reserve champion by Luca Hay. Third was Sawyer Warner. Fourth was Jace Vincenski. And fifth was Audrina Kelly. Now we have coming in will be Class 8 in our Pee Wee showmanship. And we're looking for Taylor Kistner, Colin Kelly, Sadie Rossenberger, Kara Friend, Elise Warner. Eliza Warner, excuse me. For those of you that have already showed the showmanship contest senior, intermediate, and junior. We need to have the grand and reserve champions back in the ring for pictures after we finish the Pee Wee show. At the conclusion of the Pee Wee show, we need the senior and grand reserve champions and grand champions in senior, intermediate, and junior to come back to the ring for your pictures, please.
Well, we get into our youngest group here, and we got 5 representatives out here. Let's give them all a real good round of applause. I don't know these kids. I asked a few of them their age, 7, 9, right in there, and pretty neat. They come out here and do as good a job as they do. I got I got an 8-year-old at home, and I'll tell you what, it's growing pains trying to get him to present these things. I guess as a dad, that was I showed all through my years, and kind of coached and mentored a lot of kids throughout the junior program. It's starting all back over again, and there's a lot that goes with it, but it's certainly fun, and it's certainly fun to get these kids and watch them grow. But for you guys out here, just don't be afraid to ask questions. The older kids will help you out no matter what you ask them. They were all in your shoes at one time, and it just comes with, I can't strive enough, just the repetition and practice, that little bit of sawdust I throw on there, that's what your brush is for, guys. Keep these pigs clean and brush at home, brush at the show. It's just presentation that's going to get you to the next level. We're going to pull 3 out of this heat. At first I was going to do 2, and as we get them out here longer, the 3 in the center of the ring are the 3 we're going to pull. Let's give them all a nice round of applause. But for the other 2, we're going to excuse, like I said, just repetition and practice, and don't be afraid to ask questions, because you can only go up from here, and this is where it's all starting right here, guys. So congratulations. Give them all a nice round of applause one more time as we excuse them, bottom 2.
In our Class 8, that will be coming back and returning, Taylor Kistner, Colin Kelly, Lisa Warner. Now our Class 9, we should have coming into the ring, Gabriella Miller-Trosi, Adley Lawson, Rayleigh Harris, Grayson Trosi, James Bubba Kinsey. We want to remind you we need to have coming back for our pictures in our senior division and swan showmanship. We're looking for Maddie Engel and Chloe Tamlis. In our intermediate, we're looking for Reagan Dean and Avery Pollock. And in our junior, we're looking for Peyton Kistner and Luca Hay. You need to be making your way back into the ring over in the photography area for pictures at the conclusion here of our Pee Wee show.
fun group to work with. And, you know, we get them even younger. It seemed like I asked these kids their age, you know, and, you know, it's just about getting them out here, you know, and getting that repetition in and getting some driving skills in. And, you know, the biggest thing with that particular group is, I think, just confidence, you know, and that's, like I said, I got an 8-year-old at home and a 4-year-old, and we put the 4-year-old out there, and I don't know how old our little guy is with the 143 back tag, but what a good job he's doing for a little guy and keeping that hog moving. But, you know, let's give them all a good round of applause. Just a fun group to work with, you know, and like I said, it's all just, you know, just repetition and getting confidence built up to come out here and drive these particular hogs. We're going to pull 2 from this group to get back out here in contention for a champion beginner. The young man with the Yorkshire Pier and Gilt here, let's give him a nice round of applause. And the young lady with the belt of gilt against the gate and the white shirt there, let's give them a nice round of applause. But give them all a good round of applause. Fun to see them come out here.
Returning out on Class 9, we have Gabriella Miller Trocy and Grayson Trocy. We'll now bring back into the ring Taylor Kistner, Colin Kelly, Eliza Warner, along with Gabriella Miller Trocy and Grayson Trocy, and this will be our final drive for a Pee Wee showmanship. We'd like to remind the previous champions and reserves to be coming back towards the ring for pictures in the photo area very shortly. Once we conclude the showmanship show, we will be taking a 15-minute intermission, and then we will move into our market hogs. Be a 15-minute break at the conclusion of the Pee Wee show, and then we will return and begin with our market hog show.
Tell you what, I'd like to bring my boy to West Virginia because I give him a reality check because there's two little girls down here showing these pigs that give him a little butt whooping in a showmanship competition. Let's give them all a nice round of applause, though. You know, this age division, you know, I mean, we got some give or take, obviously, as we get these 5 out here. And I think there's 2 that are very good. And I'll just briefly describe them. You know, one's got that look in her eyes like I'm out here to win, and I appreciate that about it. They both do. I mean, they stare you right down, and they're out here, and they got these hogs broke. They get these hogs presented. And, you know, you can see that ring how you want to. I guess for this particular judge, I just evaluate them based on how I like in terms of a showmanship competition. I want these things broke. I want these things drove. And for me, it's important to use the whole ring. I guess as a pet peeve of mine, it's short turning livestock, short pivoting livestock. I think it puts them out of proportion. For me, there's one individual that does it just a little bit better. Young lady in front of me is going to be our champion. Congratulations to her. Nice job. Very, very close. So, and like I said, it's a coin toss because they both got that look in their eye. They're out here to win. They both have them broke really, really well. You know, just the little things, I guess. And it's just, we'll start at this age. It doesn't matter. It's only going to get tougher for you guys as we go on. Just try to wide turn that gilt. You're our second place one. You do a very good job. But that's the little things that got you beat today. Congratulations, though. You're a very good showman. You know, and like I said, give or take on the top side. You guys could flip them however you want. It's just how I see them, how I break them down. Third for me, the young boy here in the center of the ring. I thought his eye contact was relatively good with the judge and his particular hog, and just little things that we look for at that particular age. The young lady's going to go fourth with the belt, the gilt down there. Just need a little more drive out of that pig if we're going to get you up a spot or 2 in this particular class. And the young boy with the Yorkshire gilt's going to round out 5th. But nice group to work with. Let's give them all a nice round of applause one more time.
Okay, in our Pee Wee, the champion went to Liza Warner. Reserve went to Taylor Kistner. Third went to Colin Carey. Fourth, the Gabriella Miller Trocy. And fifth, the Grayson Trocy. This concludes all of our showmanship for the swine today. We'll be moving into the Market Hog Show in 15 minutes. getting ready to bring Class 1 in to makeup. Bring Class 1 in, please. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to begin with our Market Hog show. We're starting out with the lightweights. This is Class 1 that's coming in. We should be looking for Bryson Nice, Tristan Smith, Mac Hardesty, Garwin Lawson, and Garen Lawson, Jace McCleary.
We get into our live show here, and you know, relatively easily for me, I guess I land on a class winner. Young man with the chromed up gilt here in the center of the ring is going to win this particular class as we get into this kind of what I would call prospect setting. You know, this one's good from the side, really good looking, extended up front, tall shouldered, square in terms of hip and hind leg, flex to hock to ground, knee to ground is good, square in her chest, just a real nice place to start. Just the mold and the build that I'm looking for when you break these things down. good pattern, good structured, everything fits, everything balances, everything checks. She's going to win the class and does relatively handily for me. Young man's Guilt here in the center of the ring with a red shirt. Going to go second. One that you have to appreciate. You get on the top side of her. She's pulled apart at her blade. She's good in her center body. She's square in her chest. She's stout about her skull and her jaw. For me, I need to elevate her at her hip set. I need to bring her pins up. I need to just make her stouter featured off of the ground. The Guilt in third, that's where she does excel. She's a big-armed, heavy-structured, heavy-duty type Guilt. Good in terms of center body. We need to elevate her at her shoulder. We need to make her more extended out of the front. 1/3 of her skeleton. Really good in terms of hip hock to ground, in terms of squareness of build, squareness of pin. You appreciate that about that Guilt. That goes third. We let our 4th place Guilt out, the predominantly black Guilt. Young man, if you could let her out, bud. One that's just a little rounder and steeper about her rump angle. She's a little straighter about her rear leg. When we put her into motion, I'd like to change her from her shoulder forward, give her more look, tighten her ear set up, just give her more elevation at her shoulder as well. Guilt that's got some shape, Guilt that's got some structure, got some foot. You appreciate that about her. And the Guilt we round out the class with, a Guilt that just gets too dry in her body shape. I need to just give her more right in there behind her heart girth. I need to just densen her up, stouten her up in terms of feature. I need to make her bolder. I need to make her stouter, but one that's got some look from the side. You appreciate that about them. Give them all a nice round of applause as they head back to the pen.
In Class 1, the results are first place, Tristan Smith, second, Garen Lawson, third, Jace McCleary, fourth, Mac Hardesty, and fifth, Bryson Nice. We now have Class 2 with 3 entries. Gavin Stuchel, Jace McCleary, Olivia Kelly.
Wherever. They're different class. Gotcha. So it's just that one left? Oh, gotcha. We're good. Tight pair on the top, and you got a good pattern one and the young man's belted one, and then our stout dense one comes in the predominantly black Guilt. And I think that black Guilt's got just a little more forearm, a little more feature, a little more jaw and skull when she comes right at you. Wants to dry up just right in there behind her elbow pocket, but one that you appreciate for her loose structure, her build, and her composition. The Guilt that comes next in the young man's belted Guilt, a tall-shouldered, well-presented Guilt. She just, for me, gets too dry in her body. She wants to kick outside of her skeleton on her rear leg. I like to just soften her in her hip proportion. I'd like to give her more right in there in her heart girth to get her over top of that predominantly black gilt. The young lady's blue barrel will round the class with, just gets a little rounder, it's a little steeper and straighter out of his rear too when we put him into motion. I need to just soften him in terms of his shoulder angle. I'd like to give him more spread and shape and more look up front to get him over top of the other two. Nice class. Give him a nice round of applause.
In Class 2, the results were first place, Jace McCleary, second, Gavin Stuchel, third, Olivia Kelly. Now coming into the ring, we have class number 3, Brody McCleary, Dixie Johnson, Nathan Bernanowitz.
Young man with a belt, the gilt's going to go ahead and win this class. And just more pattern and design. This one's more comfortable in terms of his front feet, the way he pushes them to the ground, and he's square-chested. More look from the side, elevated at his shoulder, and yet comes out of the top side of his skeleton with plenty of spread. He's square pin, hocked to ground. Appreciate that about that particular hog's build. Young man's predominantly black gilt goes second. Probably a little more structure under this gilt in comparison to our class winner. However, she does want to run downhill. She gets a little jammed up in terms of the front 1/3 of her skeleton, gets a little steeper and shorter about her hip. I'd like to give her more range of motion out of her rear leg as well when we put her into motion, just make her more athletic and push and plant better off of her hock. The Duroc appearing gilt that rounds out the class, a little straighter, steeper about her shoulder angle, wants to get a little more refined off of the ground. I just need to give that one more spread, more balance, more shape to get any higher in the class. Nice class. Give them all a nice round of applause.
The results on Class 3, first place went to Nathan Bernanowitz, second, Brody McCleary, third, Dixie Johnston. Now we have Class 4 in our lightweights, Daisy Johnson, Carson Stone, Alyssa Friend, Olivia Kelly, Bryson Nice.
Well, the pig wanting to be the knucklehead is the best one in the class, and he is going to win this particular class. He's the stoutest, boldest, densest. You get on top of him, he's got plenty of shape. He's spread apart in his chest. He's big about his forearm. He's got big feet. Just a nice, logical way to start. The barrel in second, the predominantly belted one, for me is tall-fronted, got a good look from the side. He's got good shape. He wants to get a little straighter about his shoulder angle. I like to loosen him in his hock. He wants to get a little straighter there as well. Extend him out of the front one-third of his skeleton. But a good presented hog. He's good in terms of his balance up high. He's good down his top line. We just need to make him looser to get over top of that class winner in this particular pair. The young lady's Duroc coming across the center of the ring, gilt here. Good pattern, fouls third. For me, gets a little tight and pinched in her transition points on the top side of her skeleton. Right there in her ham loin, I'd like to fix her. She also could use just a little more stoutness, a feature off of the ground. A little straighter up front. Needs to be bolder, needs to be truer in her center body to get any higher in the particular drive. The predominantly white, blue-butted gilt's going to go fourth. One that's stout, dense made, big arm, big in terms of center body, just gets outside of her skeleton. I need to reconstruct her just in terms of her vertical coming and going. I need to make her more extended. I need to just make her with more look and more presence to get any higher. And we round the class off with the other predominantly red gilt or the Duroc mark gilt as well. A little straighter on her shoulder angle, gets a little frailer off of the ground. Want to get on top of that one. I need to give her more spread. I need to give her more width. I'm going to need to make her bulkier and just more denser all the way through. Congratulations to them exhibitors. Nice barrel at the top of the class.
Our Class 4 results: first, Carson Stone; second, Bryson Nice; third, Olivia Kelly; fourth, Alyssa Friend; and fifth, Daisy Johnson. Our Class 5, which is our last class here in our lightweights: Brady Adams, Luca Hay, Sophia Uphold, Riley Mayfield, and Cooper Mayfield. Today, judging our Market Hog Show is Justin Tibbetts, and he grew up on his family's cattle operation farm in Mineral Point, Wisconsin, showing and judging livestock. He currently resides there with his wife, Ashley, and two boys, Landry and Maddox. Justin owns and operates Tibbetts Livestock that consists of several show pig sows and a 150 herd cow-calf operation, specializing in club calf production. Justin has been marketing to youth exhibitors for local, state, and national shows for the last 20 years. He grew up judging livestock, claiming 2 individual state titles in 4-H and 2 in FFA. He's had the pleasure of judging all over the country, and most recently in San Angelo Gilt Show in February. So welcome Justin to our judging today.
Oh, we got a show barrel here, and the one that wins the class, I mean, he just does it relatively handily for me. Here's the one that's got look from the side. He's big arm. He's extended from his blade forward. He's set back in his shoulder and knee. He's square out of his hip and hind leg. Hey, you get on top of this one, he's fresh. I mean, he's dense. He's got shape. He's got turn to his rib. He's square coming and going. You really get picky on him, I give him just a little more shape down low. But, I mean, in terms of what we've seen coming through the ring here today, this one excites me. He balances. Everything fits. Everything blends. Everything molds. Nice class winner there, young man. 2 and 3. 2 and 3 get a little closer for me, and I think there's one that's just got a little more presentation, a little more look. He's got a little more skull and just a little denser about the front 1/3 of his skeleton. Young man here with the yellow shirt's going to go second. Just a loose-made type of a gilt. She's a little drier in her forerib. She doesn't have quite the pin width. She doesn't have quite the spread when you get on top of her, on the top side of her skeleton in comparison to our class winner. But a gilt that fits, a gilt that balances, and a gilt that blends. Our third place gilt come out, one that hits me from the side. You just get on top of her. I need to pull her out at her blade. I need to pull her out at her loin edge. I just need to make her stouter. I need to make her denser. I need to give her more substance off of the ground. But a good pattern gilt. I really like that one's hip and tail setting, how it's jacked up over her hip. We just need to make more of her. The young man's blue gilt's going to go fourth in this particular class. One that I just like to see out and get out and go, grab another gear. She wants to coordinate just a little short stepping from the side. She gets a little rolled up in her shoulder. She wants to just run downhill ever so slightly. One that's got some spread, got some chest, got some turn to her rib, and you appreciate that about that particular gilt. And then the young lady's belted hog, kind of a more of a productive-oriented type of a pig, just doesn't have the look and spread we round out the class with. We need more substance off the ground. I need to square that one up in his rear leg. I just need to see more of him all the way through from the front portion of his skeleton right back into the rear third as he goes away. But nice class. Give them all a round of applause. Really nice class winner, top side of that particular class.
The results on Class 5. First went to Luca Hay. Second to Cooper Mayfield. Third to Riley Mayfield. Fourth to Brady Adams. And fifth to Sophie Uphold. Now returning back in for our championship drive in our lightweights, we should have Tristan Smith, Chase McCleary, Nathan Branowitz, Carson Stone, and Luca Hay.
We're going to get you 5 out of this particular division. And, you know, I guess it's relatively handily. I think there's one that just kind of surfaces the rest in terms of just being an outlier everywhere. He's got enough look. He's got enough substance. He molds killer from the side. Young man here with the black-headed one's going to win this particular drive. Congratulations to him. So we need the second out of that deal. Yep. Yep. I know, we're judging these, I guess, as we call it, a market hog prospect preview show. And I understand, coming to West Virginia, you guys have different endpoints with these particular set of hogs, I guess. And, I just pick for quality, and I'm going to sit here and evaluate them on the way I like them, the way I'd like to take them home, the way I'd like my kid to show them. And I guess for me, I seen one throughout the day when we get into reserve of this particular division that just patterns, blends, everything fits. It's got look, it's got spread. Now, I will say it's not very big in terms of size and scale, but just the second best one in terms of sheer quality. Young man here in front of me with the little chromed up gilt's going to be reserved. Give him a nice round of applause. We're going to grab 5 out of this division. I'm not going to talk them all. We'll get them out here. I'll get you a 3, 4, and 5 as we shake their hand. We'll pick each one of each class. We'll let the reserve in, and we'll evaluate them. So.
In our lightweight division, we ended up with our champion lightweight of Luca Hay, reserve champion Tristan Smith, third Garen Lawson, fourth, is Carson Stone, and fifth is Cooper Mayfield. We're now moving into our middleweight, Class 6. Nathan Bernanowitz, Sophie Uphold, Brody McCleary, Riley Mayfield, Alyssa Friend, Cooper Mayfield, Gavin Stutzel. We'd like to recognize our sponsors, starting out with our Platinum sponsors that we have, and see the signs over here on the wall. If you could get a chance to support them, we'd greatly appreciate it. We're in the Platinum class. We have Preston County Livestock Association, Stone Paving, Stone Asphalt, Grant County Mulch, Wagner Septic Service, Prodigy, Nicholas Enterprise, Affordable Signs Unlimited, Arcosa Aggregates, Lubricin HA, Titan Roofing, LP Mineral, Lowe's of Oakland, Bates Recycling, Spike's Chimney Sweep, Glen LaRue, and Modern Homestead. Our next level of sponsors is our gold sponsors: Senator Randy Smith, Anderson Excavating, Wade Mayfield Memorial Fund, Triple P Meats, Transova Genetics, Stone Backflow Services, Farm Credit of the Virginias, Clear Mountain Bank, Shop and Save Express, Mountain State Event Solutions, Polis Seal Coating, White House Cattle, J.W. Wilhelm Ag Fencing, LLC, Phillips Livestock, 4D Roofing, First United Bank, Ace Aggregates, Mike's Towing, LEC Farm and Garden Market, Stone Farms, Preston Contractors, and Ball Auction Incorporated. Our silver sponsors are Westmar Angus, Triple C Angus, the Milo Legal Group, and Schrock Farms. If you can support these individuals in any way throughout the year, we greatly appreciate that.
Well, I think there's just a logical way to go in this class, and you want to talk about one that's stout and dense, and the one that's got the most in terms of blade need to ground, one that's got the most in terms of pin hock to ground. The young man's blue wins this class. Shorter body, denser made, one that's got some stoutness of features, some turn to his rib. You like that about him? I'll be the first to admit I need to extend him from his blade forward. He needs to be taller shouldered. He needs to be better looking from the side. But when you want to break him down just in terms of fundamentals, he's got the most shape, the most spread, the most width. The young man that's got the gilt here in the center of the ring, or that was in the center of the ring, without a doubt presented the best. This one's tall-shouldered, flexible in terms of her front knee and her forearm. She's got spread up high in terms of shape from her blade back into her loin edge. For me, she wants to get a little drier right in there behind her elbow pocket. I like to give her more center body cavity all the way through, but still one that's square coming and going. Flexible made, just got a lot of neat pieces on the top side of that gilt. But again, we just need to drop her in her forerib and her flank to get over top of that blue barrel at the top side of this pair. Young man's in the yellow shirt's going to come next, and this one from the side molds good. He's kind of got the big pieces in terms of arm, having enough flex to his knee, set back, shoulder. For me, he challenges me when I get on the top side of his skeleton. I need more shape from his blade back into his hip. I need to make him square hipped. I need to make him more elevated at his tail set. But a big armed one that's got a flexible, functionable rear leg, you appreciate that about him. He wanted to fight the young man, get in the corner of the fence there, but a hog that's got some good attributes to him, and you appreciate that about him. Young man's flexible made one, and the belted one comes next. One that's really loose structured, big forearm, got a good rear functioning hind leg. For me, we just need more pin width, we need more blade width, we need more shape. But a hog that's got some look, I like to square him up in his knee as he comes right at you. And a hog that you have to appreciate for his athleticism in terms of structure and mobility. Next barrel we let out of the particular gate, one that's fresh molded. We let that one out, buddy. Right there. Fresh molded, hog that's got some forearm, hog that's got some feature. He gets a little steeper in his rump angle. I need to elevate him there. I need to give him more shape up high in terms of top shape and just having enough power. Hog that's got some center body cavity. He does want to get a little drier about his forerib. When we get right on top of that particular hog, I'd like to give him more turn there. I'd like to give him more feature off of the ground. Hog that comes next, one that is very good in terms of his shape. He's got some spread up high. He's got some spread in chest width in terms of his sternum and just coming at you square. He gets too straight on his rear leg. He gets just too far forward in his blade. I need to make him more mobile. I need to loosen his structure and skeleton to get that barrel up a place or two in the particular class. A dense made one that we let out next, without a doubt, probably the heaviest structured hog of the class. One that needs to be more elevated, needs more look, needs more presence. I like to elevate that one at her shoulder. I like to square up in terms of her rear leg, in terms of squareness of build from hip hock to ground. But nice class, really nice one at the top part of the class. Give them all a nice round of applause.
Results on Class 6. First went to Brody McCleary. Second went to Nathan Bernanowitz. Third went to Riley Mayfield. Fourth, Gavin Stuchel. Fifth, Cooper Mayfield. Sixth, Sophie Uphold. And seventh, Alyssa Friend. We now have class number 7 in our middleweights. Avery Pollock, Dixie Johnson, Daisy Johnson, Taylor Kister, Avery Pollock.
a pair that's definitely worth a discussion. And, you get them side by side and you get them on the move. And both hogs have got some reach, got some skeleton in terms of just having enough flex and range of motion. And both hogs that got enough width when you get right over top of them. For me, it becomes relative of which one's just a little better in terms of push and plant off of the rear leg, which one's got a little more shape from the blade back into their loin edge. I think the belted one does for me today. He's going to be our class winner. Congratulations to her. Nothing to take away from the Berkshire appearing gilt. This one's dense made, really big center bodied, big forearm, loose structured off her front 1/3. For me, she wants to get a little short stepping out of her hip and hind leg. I'd like to give her a little more spread when you get right on top of that gilt in terms of just having enough blade all the way back to her loin edge and just having enough back shape, just make her denser made in terms of her top side. One that I love for her center body. She's really good. She's really fresh, good presented type of a gilt. Young lady brings, without a doubt, probably the stoutest jawed, stoutest skull gilt we've seen throughout the day. Therefore, that one wants to run downhill ever so slightly, gets a little steeper in the rump angle. I'd like to make that one just looser and just more free in terms of structure and mobility, give her a more athletic step in terms of push and plant, but a hog that's dense made, got some back shape, got some spread underneath in terms of just having enough right at the center of her chest when she comes at you, one that's pulled apart at her knee, and you appreciate that about the young lady's particular gilt. Next couple we let out, hogs that got some length of side, length of spine, they get a little straighter and steeper about their angle. This one I need to pull apart at her knee. I need to make stouter in terms of her forearm, stouter in terms of just her whole rear leg composition. Need to power that one up top as well. Hog that's got some look from the side. You appreciate that about that particular belted one. And the red calico one that comes out next, one that gets a little soft on her passions, gets a little straighter, more refined. Need to give that one more look, more presence, more extension to get any higher. Nice class, really nice pair at the top. Give them all a nice round of applause.
In Class 7, first went to Taylor Kistner, second went to Avery Pollock, third went to Avery Pollock, fourth went to Dixie Johnson, and fifth to Daisy Johnson. Now we move into Class 8, Melly Vincinki, Peyton Kistner, Emily Hutchison, Rayleigh Harris, Peyton Kistner, Ellen Collins, Jesse Motes. Would like to remind the market hog exhibitors, you must clean out the pens under the tent that they used. There's a dump trailer backed up to the red barn close to the far lane that you can dispose of the manure and shavings from your hogs. This is for the market hog exhibitors. You must clean out the pens under the tent that they use. There's a dump trailer backed up to the red barn close to the far lane that you can dispose of the manure and shavings from your hogs. Thank you.
Apologize, I took a little time, and actually my toughest sort is between 3 and 4, but I think our class winner, I guess for me, comes to the top relatively handily. The one we're letting in the pen, let him out, actually. The one that's going in the pen, he's got to come out. That's my class winner, and he's got the best look to him, or she's got the best look from the side. That one's really, really slick-headed. That one proportions really, really well from the side, and stout forearm, really good on his front feet, and yet loose-made in terms of his skeleton. One that's just so good in terms of just basic composition and balance and functioning hip and hind leg. When you watch that one in range of motion, when that one gets his head up, he hits everything from the side, and just everything comes in checks and balances in that particular market gilt. I love that one out of her pin set. Tail head set up there right. She's square in terms of hip to hind leg. I like a lot of things about that gilt. Gilt that comes second, the young lady in the far corner there, farthest away from me here in comparison to our class winner. This one is stouter, denser on the top side of her skeleton. I thought when I first seen this one come through the gate, I love this one in terms of just her blade width, her shape, her just having enough of everything. This one's bold in terms of her center body. For me, she just gets too short-strided. She gets too short-stepping all the way through off of her front end. She gets tall and upright in her blade. She needs to be looser in her knee. She needs to be looser in terms of her hip and hind leg. But that's a stout, bold, dense-made one that you appreciate a lot of pieces about. 3 and 4 was my tough sort, and I guess you can break them down how you want. The one I thought just had a little more off of the ground, a little more substance. The young lady in front of me with the belted barrel. This one's got some shape. He wants to just jump in his jump muscle, roll up in his hamp loin, but a hog that I thought you had to use next best because he's the stoutest in his forearm. He's got big feet, and he's stout in terms of his rear leg when he goes away from you. I'd like to square him up structurally. He wants to push the envelope of getting outside of his hoof wall and tilting outside of his skeleton, but a hog that's got some chest width and some power as we analyze him in comparison to our 4th place hog. Without a doubt, fresh presented barrel, really good in terms of just having enough density on the upper portion of his skeleton. This one troubles me in terms of bone and foot size. I need to make him bigger forearm. I need to make him stouter featured all the way through. But one that's flexible made and very, very well presented, and you appreciate that about the particular hog. We let the next hog out. The young lady's chromed up market gilt. One that's wide pinned, stout made, loose structured. Again, this one wants to get outside of her skeleton. I need to bring this one up on her front feet and her pasterns. Just make her stouter in terms of her foot. But a hog that you have to appreciate for her loose made in terms of her flexibility. One that's good design, just a nickel low fronted. Need to make that one more extended. Need to make that one balanced just better all the way through in terms of skeleton and range of motion to get any higher in the class. Hog that comes next is one that's made, stout arm, stout legged, just gets a little shorter stepping. Need to make that one more extended. We need to give him more presence, more look. We'd certainly think about bumping that hog up a place or two, but a hog that just gets in challenge in terms of structure and mobility. Same with the barrel the hog we round out the class with. One that gets a little drier in terms of her body work, in terms of center body cavity. One that's just frailer in terms of forearm. Needs to be more flexible, needs to be stouter with more presence. But nice class, really nice one at the top part of that class. Give them all a nice round of applause.
Our Class 8 results, first went to Rayleigh Harris, second, Emily Hutchinson, third, Peyton Kistner, fourth, Peyton Kistner, fifth, Bailey Vincinski, sixth, Jesse Moats, seventh, Ellen Collins. Our Class 9 intermiddleweights, Christopher Engel, Reagan Dean, Clint Oval, Chloe Tamlis, Alexa Miles. We'd like for the Preston County Livestock Junior member that must sign out at the conclusion of the Market Hog Show in order to get credit for the show. The sign-out sheets are at the registration table. If you are a Preston County Livestock Association Junior member and you watch the Market Hog Show, you must sign out to receive your merit points. If you do not sign out, you will not get credit. This is for the Preston County Junior Livestock members.
I'll tell you what, if this kind of don't get you excited at ringside, I don't know. I mean, these are good. This is kind of fun. I mean, I didn't expect to get into a pair like this, and we're at 200 and some pounds, light 200 pounds, and these things pattern as good as I can put them together from the side. I mean, and I'm going to break them down, and that's what I'm here to do, I guess. And I'll tell you a little bit about the both of them, and I'll just, you know, honestly, I just haven't totally transitioned which way I want to go. The hog here in front of me, this is the denser, stouter, bolder made one. When you get on this one up over top, he's fresher from his blade back into his loin edge. He's killer from the side. At times he wants to overstep on his rear leg, push outside of his hoof wall, maybe just get outside of his skeleton just ever so slightly. Where this hog is truly better is his front feet. When he comes directly at you, he's a little stronger pastern. I think they're similar in terms of chest width and squareness coming and going. The hog that's out here, the real good design one in front of me here, this one has the big stout pieces. I mean, he has a great big working rear leg that's full functioning. He has the big forearm, the big leg hair. Everything checks and balances in that particular hog. Where he is more challenging to me, his front feet need to be up and stronger. He needs to be stronger pastern. But that hog, in terms of hip and hind leg, is ideal. His mold from the side is perfect. His jawline, his throat latch, everything fits, everything's blended. You want to get on top of that one. He is not as bulky in terms of his blade back into his hip and his hip-loin junction, and that's fine. He doesn't transition quite as well on the top side of his skeleton. He's not as bold as that particular barrel. I think there's a little more longevity in this hog on his rear leg. I think there's a little more longevity on that hog in terms of his front feet. So like I said, it's a coin toss however you want to do it. And I'll be honest with you, the way I'm going to evaluate these today are the way I'd want to feed them for my young man or whoever's showing for me to go into a state fair setting, I guess. And I understand we're at a market hog setting. I mean, it is so nit and pick. You can pick these things apart however you want, but these are high quality show barrels. I guess the way I like them and the way I like them today, I've been a very, very stickler guy in terms of hip and hind leg. This one's my favorite today. Congratulations. Nothing to take away from this hog. Very, very, very good. Like I said, the little things that want to pull you apart, I mean, that hog is denser, there is no doubt. At times he just challenges me. When I get right in behind him, he wants to pivot outside of his hoof wall. He wants to get a little outside of his skeleton. Like I said, you guys can do it however you want at ringside. I'm the fortunate one today. I get to evaluate them. Very, very good pair. Give both them girls a real good round of applause, because that's high quality livestock. That's what I wanted to see when I come down here. The one that comes third for me, one that's really good pattern. He's just a little frailer off of the ground. He's a little shorter stepping, fresh up high. You appreciate that about him. He's really square out of his hip and hind leg. We just need to make that one stouter, denser, bolder, get him any higher, especially over that pair that are elite show barrels at the top part of this class. One that comes next, again, a stout one, good in terms of his center body, gets a little more uncoordinated off of his rear leg, wants to get up there right in his hip-loin junction. I want to just drop him there. I want to give him more spread underneath. I'd like to give him more right at the more turn to his forearm as well. The hog we round out the class. I mean, this is a high-quality barrel. In this class, ran very, very deep. I wouldn't be surprised if we pull a lot of them out of this particular class for the division. He gets more challenging to me coming at you. He wants to get in his knee. He's a little softer footed. He is a hog that's denser made. He's a little rounder out of his hip, little frailer, very well presented, nice fresh fed barrel. Nice job, young man. Congratulations. Wow, what a class. Give him a nice round of applause.
In your Class 9, your results, first place went to Alexa Miles, second, Reagan Dean, third to Clint Oval, fourth to Chloe Tamulus, and fifth to Christopher Engel. We got our last class in our middleweight hogs coming here. We're looking at Hunter Townsend, Randy Joe Wolford, Maddie Engel, Olivia Boyer, James Bubba Kinsey, Krista Rinker, Christopher Engel, Brady Adams, and Eli Friend.
good stock in this class, and probably not the pair that we seen in the last class, but certainly it's some that got some good to them in terms of their build and their skeleton. For me, there's one that's just got a little more in terms of rear leg and flexibility. The young lady here in the pink shirt's going to win this particular class. One that's really stout in terms of his center body, and yet you get on top of him. He's got some spread. He's got some muscle. You get in from the side. She's got the most turn to her forerib, and yet she's loose in terms of her forearm shape and having enough flexibility. And more importantly, I get in behind that one. She stays square in terms of hip hock to ground. I appreciate that about that particular gilt. The one that's decked out, chiseled out up front, and just kind of got enough skull and jaw comes second. This one from the side is just deadly when you talk the upper portion of this one's particular skeleton. Stout, dense made, big pulled apart at her shoulder blade. For me, where she just runs into trouble is right in there behind her heart girth. I like to give her more just turn to her forerib. I like to give that particular gilt more center body cavity all the way through. At times, she wants to get more challenging in terms of push and playing off of her rear leg, but a hog that you appreciate that's really freshly presented up high with plenty of shape and spread. The next one we let out, again, a good pattern, good design one that wants to get a little more tangled up in her knee and her chest as she comes at you. She's a little more refined in terms of her skull and her jaw. I'd like to stouten her up there, but one that's got some spread in her chest. You get on top of her, she's got some spread as well, but for me, she just challenged us in terms of having enough bone and foot structure from the side. I like to make looser out of her hop and her hock and hip and hind leg as well when we put that one into motion. One that comes next is really a neat pattern one, tall-shouldered, spread apart, good center body. For me, he challenges me on his front feet. He wants to come in. He wants to get straighter and steeper off of his rear two when we put him into motion. A hog that's dense made, really fresh up high, really got some turn to his forerib. You appreciate that about that particular barrel. Again, a very fresh presented one that's loose structured. Gets a little down on his pasterns, but a hog that's big-ended and big and up high in terms of spread and width and dimension. For me, he gets a little frailer from the side in terms of bone, foot, and ankle. I'd like to stouten him up. I'd like to bring him up on his front pasterns. Really a well-presented type of a hog, though, that you appreciate a lot of things about. Again, a productive centered one comes next. Big forearm. For me, and one that gets a little soft-footed. I need to elevate him. I need to give him more from the side in terms of just stoutness at the center portion of his rib. I'd like to give him more turn, and more importantly, I'd like to make that one looser with a more functioning hip and hind leg when we put him into motion. Next one we let out, again, a hog that's more upright in his shoulder blade, wants to get just a little tangled up front in terms of his chest and sternum. Hog that needs more presence, hog that needs more look all the way through. I need to elevate him, but a hog that's got some feature. You appreciate that about that particular barrel. The next two we let out, hogs that get more challenging in terms of the range of motion. Hip hock to ground, I'd like to stouten him. I'd like to give him more look from the side. Let's give the young man a nice round of applause. He's been out here 2-3 times today. Give the whole group a nice round of applause. Nice class.
In our Class 10, Olivia Boyer, first. Second, Maddie Engel. Third, Randy Joe Wolford. Fourth, Hunter Townsend. Fifth, Christopher Engel. Sixth, Krista Rinker. Seventh, Brady Adams. Eighth, James Bubba Kinsey. And ninth, Eli Friend. We now will go to our championship drive on our middleweight, and we're looking for Brody McCleary, Taylor Kistner, Rayleigh Harris, Alexa Miles, and Olivia Boyer.
Well, we get all five out here, and I think in terms of balance and everything coming together, they fit nicely. They're hogs that got some look, hogs that got some range of motion. I guess for me, there's one that just takes it to the next level and is probably a little more my speed. Young lady in front of me is going to be our champion middleweight. Give her a nice round of applause. Man, that was a tight pair, and you know, like I said, as we fly home in a couple days, it's still a pair that'll leave a lasting impression on a judge. And like I said, you can pick them how you like them. It's the way I liked them today. But that next one that come out, he fits me next best. He's going to be second in this division. Congratulations to her. Well, we dropped that third out of that particular class, and this division starts to fit together a little more and makes it a little more challenging to me to grab 3, 4, and 5. But I know these things all got different endpoints and are suited for different shows. And but for me, there's one that just suits me in terms of balance and look, having enough. You know, I don't think this hog's particularly there today, but in the future, this one kind of thrives to me on one that's just put together right in terms of composition, body type, skeleton. The young lady here at the far corner with the belt of gilt will be our third in this middleweight division. Congratulations to her. Again, for fourth, one that's really stout centered and just really dense made. You know, maybe not probably the most perfect through the front 1/3 of its skeleton, but one from its shoulder blade back into its loin edge, and all the transition points are right. Balances really well from the side. Young lady that come out of that last class will be our 4th overall. Congratulations. We drop that gilt out next, and as we talk that one in clasp, you know, just really good from the side, really stout about her features, stout about her skull and her jaw, just tricked out coming and going in terms of just look, and has that great presence. You know, maybe not the softest centered one, but that one suits me next best. You're going to be 5th overall. Congratulations.
In our medium weights, your champion was exhibited by Alexa Miles. Reserve champion by Reagan Dean. Third went to Rayleigh Harris. Fourth, Olivia Boyer. And fifth, to Maddie Engel. That concludes our middleweights. We now move into heavyweights. Class 11. Looking for Randy Joe Wolford, Emily Hutchinson, Maddie Engel, Cole Blosser, Sadie Rosenberg, and Ardina Kelly.
more challenging class, and I'm going to go ahead and neglect to use the young lady's blue gilt. For me, this one's just put together better up high. She's denser, stouter, bolder. You get on top of that one, there's spread, there's shape. She's good in terms of her just having enough at the base of her pin, but yet she's square to the ground. I'll be the first to admit, that one challenges me off of her front knee and her skeleton. That's where the barrel and second is better, is out of his knee. But for me, he gets softer footed. He wants to get a little weaker out of his top line. I'd like to just pick him up there. When he first come in, I thought for sure there's my class winner based on coming and going, security of skeleton, having enough range of motion and look, and you appreciate that about him. I just need to make him square out of his blade, right back into his loin edge, give him more shape. I'd like to square his hind leg up too when we put him into motion in terms of just squareness of build. Third place gilt comes out next, and the young man with the orange shirt there, that one's tall shouldered. That one is the best pattern in terms of from the side, in terms of build and look and skeleton. This one just runs out of mass. She needs more center body cage. She needs more curvature to her forerib. Spread is good underneath. Look is good from the side. I love that one's hip and hind leg. I just need to make more of her. I need to get her bigger up high. I need to just maybe shorten her in terms of her stature, in terms of length of body. She wants to get out of proportion ever so slightly. The dense, stout, bull-made one comes forth here. This one has all the power in the world in terms of back shape and just having just true muscle when you get on top of this one. For me, this one gets challenging in terms of her hip and hind leg. She gets rounder out of her loin edge. She gets rounder out of her hip, steeper out of her hip angle. That one wants to get just a little short-winded, and as the drive went on, I think therefore she'd be just a nickel longer and more extended in terms of her pattern. I'd like to give that one more reach off of her hind leg and just her whole skeleton all the way through. The one we let out next in the particular class, young lady, or I guess is in the corner there, the young lady's chromed up gilt that's in fifth. One that you really appreciate in terms of just spread off of the front 1/3 of her skeleton. She's wanted to labor off of her rear leg, wants to come up in her spine ever so slightly. Gets a little drier in terms of her forerib in comparison to several at the top portion of the class, but a hog that you have to appreciate for basic build and pattern. And we round the class off with the young lady's spot gilt, one that's stout made, really robust in her cage, big arm. We just need to clean that one up in terms of freshness of presence, give her more shape, give her more look, give her more extension, more range of motion all the way through. Nice class. Give them a nice round of applause.
In our class 11 in our heavyweight, first went to Emily Hutchinson, second to Maddie Engel, third to Cole Blosser, fourth Randy Joe Wolford, fifth to Audrina Kelly, and sixth to Sadie Rossenberger. We now move to class 12 in our heavyweights, Kristen Ritchie, Jace Bensinki, Eliza Warner, Maddie McClure, Colin Kelly, Garrett Nelson, Sawyer Warner.
Again, just kind of a balanced one that fits from the side, and the young man's gilt here wins the class and does pretty handily for me. Just really good balance, you know, good look from the side. She's sharp dressed through the front 1/3 of her skeleton in terms of having enough look and just tight about her throat latch. She's spread apart in terms of her chest. For me, she challenges me when I get right in behind her. I like to bring her back in within her skeleton, but one that's got a great blend, a great build from the side, real practical, real logical place to start. 2 and 3 get a little closer. 2 to me is a little denser. And this hog's spread apart really good in terms of his chest floor. He gets a little bit short in terms of his hip. He wants to jam up in his hock in comparison to our class winner. I need to extend that one out of his shoulder, give him more just presence and look from the side if we're going to get him over top of that one that wins the class. The real practical built one comes third here in the young man's belted barrel. Big centered barrel, really good in terms of his center body, forearms good, loose in his knee, good in his skeleton in terms of build from the side. He proportions better for me in comparison to the Gilton 4. The Gilton 4 has some neat pieces. She's big-chested, she's stout-skulled, she's dense on the top side of her skeleton. For me, she just gets out of balance in terms of length of body. She's almost 2 ribs long-bodied for me. I like to drop her in her flank. I like to drop her in her forerib. I like to drop her just all the way through her whole center body cavity to think about getting that gilt up a place or two. Next one we let out, you know, just kind of practical built, good soft-centered type of a barrel. Got some spread, got some width. Needs to come up on his front feet. Need to give him more muscle up high. Need to give him more look. Need to elevate him in terms of just overall just his elevation of his skeleton. I'd like to square him up in his pin set as well. Getting kind of more of a common built one in terms of center body. Hog that's got some spread, got some forearm. He gets a little rounder out of his hip. He gets a little finer and frailer at his ankle. I need to give him more base width. I need to give him just more spread all the way through, more look to get him any higher in the class. When we get into one that's got some look, got some width up front, he just gets challenged in terms of center body, having enough width dimension, having enough blade width to ground, and I'd like to square him up in terms of his pin set to hawk the ground as well. So nice class, nice one on the top side there. Give him a nice round of applause.
In our class 12, first went to Sawyer Warner, second, Jace Mansinski, third, Colin Kelly, fourth, Eliza Warner, fifth, Maddie McClure, sixth, Garrett Nelson, seventh, Kristen Ritchie. We now have in the ring class 13, Maddie McClure, Grayson Trosey, Kira Rinker, Eliza Kinsey.
Just a real practical, good built one, and the young lady's blue gilt wins the class and does rather handily for me. Just sound structured, big arms, stout skull. You get on top of that one, she's got some blade width. You get down the center portion of her top, she's pulled apart, and she's got some turn to her forerib. You really appreciate a lot of things about that one. You know, square from behind, and just really, really important in terms of just, or really, really good in terms of just stoutness of feature off of the ground. That one's built really, really well. I appreciate a lot of things about that particular hog. 2 and 3 get a little closer for me. I thought the young lady's belted one was a little fresher, denser up high in terms of back shape. He's a little better in terms of his rib cage, having enough turn. He's just better in terms of his center body cavity all the way through. Probably not as much look in that particular hog as our third place gilt, but a hog that's spread apart enough. He's square enough in terms of skeleton. I'll be the first to admit I'd like to extend him from his blades forward. I'd like to stouten him up in terms of feature off of the ground. Real practical built gilt, and the young man's white gilt in third. You know, good in terms of design, good in terms of feet and legs, just gets a little shallower in terms of her body, gets a little plainer in terms of their top shape when you get on the top side of her skeleton, but a hog that you have to appreciate for her fundamentals and just her positive attributes she brings to the table here today. Young lady's gilt gets a little long-bodied, gets a little shallower in terms of her center body, round muscle shape, got some spread, got some width, just gets a little too long spine, gets a little too out of proportion in balance for me, but nice class, nice one on the top side there. Give them all a nice round of applause.
In Class 13, first went to Kira Rinker, second, Maddie McClure, third, Grayson Trosey, fourth, Eliza Kinsey. Now we got Class 14. In our heavyweights here, Olivia Boyer, Luca Hay, Isaiah Kidwell.
Well, again, we got a show gilt here, and then the young man in the blue shirt, and this one's just extended and really killer built from the side, tall-shouldered, square up front in terms of her chest, knee to ground, and get on top of her, she's fresh back. You know, I'll be the first to admit she's probably not as wide a pin, but she stays within check in her hip and her hind leg. I like a lot of things about this gilt. She blends the perfect picture from the side, really good in terms of center body, really good in terms of angles, and just her overall build and conformation of her skeleton. I like a lot of things about that one. More practical built kind of a gilt that comes next in the young ladies, soft-centered, big dents up high, pulled apart at her blades. She gets more restricted in terms of her rear leg, in terms of her range of motion, wants to get a little more jammed up in her skeleton in terms of look from her blade forward. A lot of nice things, though. Good practical market hog. Got a square hip and hind leg as she goes away. Appreciate that about that particular gilt. Young man's gilt that comes third just gets a little plainer in terms of her overall just skeletal build. One that needs more look, one that needs more stoutness in terms of top shape and just muscle expression all the way through. I'd like to give that one more look from her blade forward, but a gilt that's dense made. You appreciate that about her. Congratulations.
In our Class 14 results, first place went to Luca Hay, second to Olivia Boyer, third to Isaiah Kidwell. Now we go to Class 15. We have Gabriella Miller Trocy, Trevor Lewis, Reagan Dean.
Again, kind of a runaway class winner, and the young ladies belted gilt here in the center of the ring, and one that's just so stout and so dense and big-armed, and yet you get in behind her, she's square from hip hop to ground, and you appreciate that about her. I'll be the first to admit her front feet aren't perfect, but you know she's made it this far in this stage of the game, and in just terms of angulation, look, stoutness, really, really freshly presented. Really, really commend her for her nice gilt in terms of just mobility and having that one put together the right way. Young man's gilt's going to come second. For me, I just see a little more jaw, a little more base width, a little more forearm in this particular gilt. She's a loose structured gilt. She's not the tallest fronted. She's not the longest from her blades forward as well. I'd like to clean her up in her jawline, but a hog that's stout, dense made, got some spread, got some shape. And the young ladies gilt we round out the class for. One that gets just a little out of proportion in terms of length of body. The gilt wants to run downhill. She wants to show her maturity in terms of her head and neck, but a hog that you have to appreciate for a bone standpoint, one that's got some spread underneath, got some jaw, got some skull, got some quality attributes laid into that particular gilt as well. Nice gilt at the top side of the class. Congratulations to them individuals.
In our Class 15 heavyweight, first to Reagan Dean, second to Trevor Lewis, third to Gabriella Miller Trocy. We now go to Class 16 in our heavyweights, Randy Joe Wolford, Garrett Nelson, Olivia Boyer.
Like the two Yorkshire appearing gilts come to the top part of this particular trio relatively handily. And for me, there's one that just does it a little better. The young lady in the pink shirt here is going to have your class winner. One that's just really good in terms of spread and chest width. And you get on the top side of this one, she's got some shape. She's got some width coming down her top line, and yet wide pinned and yet still flexible enough in terms of skeleton. You know, these gilts are starting to push that envelope and in terms of size and scale, but one that's still got some added feature, some forearm, and yet some angularity to her shoulder. I appreciate that about that particular market gilt. The one that comes second, again, good pattern, good design, tall shoulder type of a gilt, one that's square in terms of hip and hind leg. I like to freshen this one up from her front to thirds as well as she comes at you. I like to change her front feet as well, stouten her up in terms of her pastern and her foot, but one that you have to appreciate for just overall build design standpoint on the top side of her skeleton. The young man's belted hog that comes out of the bottom of the class here, one that's soft-centered, big back, got some spread. For me, he just gets challenging in terms of his structure and mobility. I like to make him more athletic. I'd like to make him have just a shot more look and presence to get any higher in the particular drive. Congratulations to them three.
Class 16 results. First, Olivia Boyer. Second, Randy Joe Wolford. Third, to Garrett Nelson. Our last class in our heavyweights, we have Kylie Geyer.
Single entry, and that one certainly can withhold some competition. You know, I mean, our heaviest gilt of the day at 284, and still within a range for me that I think's acceptable. That one's stout skulled and clean about her jawline, loose in terms of her skeleton, good in her center body. You get on top of that one, she is spread wide from her blade back into her hip, yet she leaves us with a full functioning rear leg that's stout featured off of the ground. She maybe wants to get just a little jammed up in her loin edge. If I'm going to pick on her a little, I'd maybe like to just loosen her in a rear step. But that one's really neat from the side. That one's got a killer front end coming at you. Really stout in terms of her feature and her look, and a lot of neat pieces and attributes laid into that particular gilt. Excited to get that one back out in here in this particular heavyweight drive.
In Class 17, our first place goes to Kylie Geyer. Now we come back with our class winners for our heavyweight champion. We're looking for Emily Hutchison, Sawyer Warner, Kira Rinker, Luca Hay, Reagan Dean, Olivia Boyer, and Kylie Geyer.
Well, again, we get into our heavyweight drive here, and I'm happy with how everything fits and comes together. As you guys can see at ringside, you know, these hogs are mobile. They're good in their structure and their skeleton, yet they got some width and some spread and some bone and some look, you know. And, I mean, we are at no matter how you want to look at it, we're at that heavyweight scenario. So these hogs are getting about ready, and I appreciate that. But, you know, as I told the guys at ringside, I said, I understand you guys got different scenarios on different endpoints, and I'm just going to pick them the way I like them today, and I guess you guys can sort them out later how you like them. But, you know, for me, there's two that fit in this particular drive. Again, nothing to take away from the other ones. I'm not a big one for suspense, but the young lady with the belt of guilt there in the center of the ring, and the young man with the belt of guilt coming across the center of the ring with the blue shirt, those are the two that we'll discuss and break down. And, you know, the young lady's guilt, as we get on top of that one's probably got as much spread and width and blade shape. She's a big arm gilt that's still loose made. Where this one's really neat is her ear set, her skull, her jawline, and her spread up front. I mean, that one is square, and she's stout, and you get on top of her. She's dense made. She's good from the side. She's not too jammed up, yet she stays within check when you get right in behind that particular gilt. Just like our middleweight hogs as we talk, her front feet aren't perfect. But with this being said, she's at that scenario where I think they're good enough. You know, she's loose made, she's armed, just a lot of good attributes laid into that particular market gilt. I like a lot of things about that one. The young man's gilt from the side, I mean, this one is just decked out with look and presence from the side. I mean, from the side, that one paints a perfect silhouette in terms of skeleton and build. Now, she is a little fine ankled. She's a little finer in terms of her forearm. She probably doesn't have as much jawline. She troubles me probably when you get right in behind her. She's not perfectly square in terms of the way she pushes and plants, but I'm getting very, very critical of a very good presented gilt. But for me, that thing's both blend and mold and balance. Everything fits together in terms of angularity. She is the freshest. She is the best looking, and I appreciate that about her. So comes down to personal preference. I think there's one that's just got a little bit more in a heavyweight scenario. The young ladies gilt's going to be our champion. Congratulations to her. Second place gilt comes out, and one in class that, you know, we had an easy class winner. This hog's got some quality, got some stoutness, a feature, got some jaw and some skull. We appreciate that about that particular hog. That young man's gilt really, really hunted our champion heavyweight with the blue shirt. He's going to go ahead and be reserved. Congratulations. Good job, buddy. Nice gilt. For third, I seen one earlier in the particular drive that just hit me as a practical built market hog. Not a lot of faults in this particular gilt. Maybe not the extras in terms of look or balance, but just everything fits, everything's square, really, really proportions well. Young lady in the pink shirt with the blue gilt's going to be our third. Congratulations to her. Again, we come out here, and I guess I just try to stick with pattern to design. There's one that just suits me next best in terms of just having the extras and still being fresh, dense made, and stout. Young lady with the pink shirt and the belt of gilt, she'll be our next one out. And for fifth, I'm just going to stick to my priorities in terms of just balance and looking from the side, having enough flexibility. Young man with the belt of gilt and the pink or maroon shirt, he'll be our fifth. Congratulations. Give all our heavyweight exhibitors a nice round of applause.
In our heavyweights, your champion went to Reagan Dean. The reserve champion went to Luca Hay. Third place went to Kara Rinker. Fourth place to Kylie Geyer. And fifth place to Sawyer Warner. Now we're going to pick an overall champion market hog. And we need back in the ring from the lightweight, Luca Hay. Medium weight, Alexa Miles. And your heavyweight, Reagan Dean.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you guys for giving me the opportunity to come out here and evaluate your kids and your livestock. And you know, it's something I take very seriously. You know, I've been in this all my life. I guess every day I use evaluation at home, and whether it's sorting cattle or sorting the kids' show hogs, and you know, it's just something it's a great opportunity. You know, you kids take advantage of this program. I understand this is the second maybe year for the hog show here. So, you know, something you guys need to take advantage of. Anybody else in the state that doesn't come to this deal, it takes everybody to put this together, and it's really, truly something neat for you guys with the opportunity. You know, just getting the opportunity to go out and show and showcase these things is something I strive that you guys tell all your buddies that aren't here today to take advantage of this. But first of all, I want to thank everybody. Give them all a good round of applause for putting this show on, and I'd like to thank them for the opportunity. I'm not a real breezy person when it comes to these speeches. I just kind of like to let the livestock sort for themselves and speak for themselves. I can promise you guys, I've never met anybody from West Virginia till I got here last night, and the gentleman that picked us up, and the hospitality's been very good. Actually, the only person coming here you guys will get introduced to tomorrow that I knew was Boone, who traveled with me, a traveling partner, and a young individual that I've took great respect with over the years in terms of knowledge of livestock. Him and his brother showed some hogs for me and have worked that side for me, and kind of a neat opportunity for us to travel together and get to evaluate. You guys will see him tomorrow on the sheep show, and I'm sure he'll do a great job. I speak highly of him, and the opportunity for him to come out here, you guys will appreciate him. But as we fire these things back up, guys, if you kids want to do that, you know, just the way I like them. You know, these hogs got some look, they got some design, some build, they're stout featured, you know, and like I said, this deal, you guys can all see them at ringside. I'll tell you how I like them, at ringside. And I'm going to briefly describe them all. Heck, we got time. You guys got most of the day. I know they got to get to the cattle show, but these three individuals are unique, and they're nice, and they're good, and I want to talk about them. Young man's lightweight. This one come out of this morning, and I thought he handled that division relatively easily for me. He's a loose-made barrel. He's stout about his jaw. He's stout about his chest. He's square about the front 1/3 of his skeleton. You know, that one's hip and hind leg functions about as good as anything in the class for having enough just structure off of the ground. He's probably not the most elevated at his shoulder. He wants to tense up just right in there at his loin edge, but in terms of hip and hind leg, he's very good going away from you. I'd like to square him up at his pin set, but that one for a lightweight scenario, I'm sure that barrel has a bright future ahead of him. I'm sure there's a show he's going to land at down the road. Now, today's mold, buddy, you're probably a little in the lightweight side of things for me. You're a little green, a little immature, but that's a high-quality barrel, and I commend you for bringing that kind of livestock today. We get to the middleweight drive, and that deal, I'm not going to lie, that deal kind of got exciting for me. I thought that pair was as close of a pair as I've broke down in quite a while. Look and balance and mold from the side. That one's hip and hind leg are just perfect. I commented on his front feet. They are not perfect, but I haven't seen too many perfect ones in this particular scenario. If you want to call him a little greener in his body shape, that's fine. I see this one as a 210, 20-pounder, wherever he's at. When he hits 270, if he holds together, that one is lethal. I can promise you there's a lot of things that are very unique about that hog and are hard to make, and that's just what's so unique about that particular hog. The way he hinges off of his hind leg, the way he transitions out of his hip and his hind leg, the way he flexes out of his forearm with that big of a forearm, and he's that loose in his knee. And that hog is not a sissy when you get in front of him. He's got some chest, he's got some look, and he's got some density to the top side of his skeleton. I will guarantee you that one is going to strike a pose like no other when that one gets another 30, 40 pounds on him. I know we're calling this a market hog show. He's just unique enough in his type and kind. The heavyweight is one that's unique as well. Stout, dense, good molded, good pattern from the side. Again, front feet aren't perfect. Probably a little rounder in terms of her rump structure. Probably not as good in terms of her transition points out of her hip and hind leg, or in terms of her hip-loin junction, but a hog that you have to appreciate for the density, the stoutness of feature, the skull, the just overall just chest floor of that hog, the way she comes square right up into her throat latch and still has a neat look. But that's the way I break them down. You guys can see how you want it at ringside. Remember, kids, it's one man's opinion on one given day, but I know there's one I want to take a picture behind. That's our middleweight. Congratulations. We bring that one out, and you know, I'm not going to briefly describe them that much, but like I said, that one from the side that comes second was so square, so dense, so good looking. If we just reconstruct that one's hip and hind leg going away, that one suits me very, very well, and really, really hunts that champion barrel. He's my second favorite. Congratulations, he'll be a reserve. Drop three out in that division, and one that's a little greener and immature in type and kind. Pattern balance is really good in that young lady's belt, the gilt that come out. I'd probably like to see 20, 30 more days projected into that particular one. Like I said, just for me, she's a little green in terms of her rib cage. I think the next suited one for me in terms of just quality, look, design, mold, build is the heavyweight. She's going to be our third out. Congratulations. Drop that reserve heavyweight out, and as we talk that one in division, just so good pattern, so slick neck, just really proportions and balance as well. That one is a little frailer in terms of ankle and forearm in comparison to several we've seen throughout the day. I think there's one that hit me really hard out of the gate this morning for just a projected one that I think will be just a smoking good fat one as a big market hog. Young man's lightweight's going to be our next one out. Congratulations to him. Drop that reserve lightweight, get it out, and certainly in the prospect mold, one that we thought was good in terms of balance, mobility. For me, very, very close, following 4th and 5th. That reserve heavyweight will be our 5th overall. Congratulations to him. Again, thank you to everybody for having me. Really appreciate my time. Really good set of livestock and kids you guys have here.
Ladies and gentlemen, overall, we want to make sure we got the right animals out of the right class. Your overall champion hog come out of class 9, number 201, Alexa Miles. Your overall reserve also come out of class 9, number 208, Reagan Dean. Your third overall come out of class 15, is also exhibited as 208 by Reagan Dean. Your fourth overall come out of class 5, 198, Luca Hay. And your fifth overall come out of class 14, also by Luca Hay. This concludes our hog show. We thank you. We'll be on beef showmanship. We'll start at 2 p.m. We'll take a break till 2 and beef showmanship. Showmanship starts at 2 p.m. for beef. The overall in our market animals seating will leave with the grand getting $400 in a director's chair, reserve $300 in garment bags, third $200 in a Lubricine gift pack, fourth $150 in a banner, and fifth $100 in a banner. That'll be for the market animal hog show, and it will also be the same when we get into the beef. right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start with our beef showmanship. We're bringing in Class 1 and senior showmanship. Looking for Charlotte Gribble, Alexi Leonard, Lexi Wright, Carson Kidwell, Madison Boyard, and Carter Brown. There's only one class in senior showmanship, and that's what we got right here. this one when you're done? Okay. Then when you're done, just hit mute again.
Really appreciate the invitation to come to West Virginia. First trip to this state to evaluate cattle. I think I passed through years ago when I was on the judging team. Going to leave these two people right here. Going to start with a young lady here with this brockle-faced heifer. Just a smooth showman the way she handles the ring. Is there anything flamboyant about the way she shows? No, it's really not. She just gets the job done, and that's what I really like. Ideal feet placement every time. Heifer, really, I think sometimes that heifer's a little harder to show than what she portrays to the crowd, what you portray, because you're smooth. That heifer could probably be one you got in here and tried to overdo and do some things with. It'd probably go against you. I can just see the way you're talking. That's the one. She's kind of got a little more of an attitude, the way she holds her head. That helps them sometimes, though. When you get in there, these cattle that are a little bit tougher attitude, they're the ones that's really has that comes out of the top side of that shoulder very nice. You really appreciate that about her. And so that's the thing. She's just got a cool look about her. You do a great job. Not to take anything away from the young man we got in second. Sometimes I'd like to see that heifer just set up a little different. She get that leg back ever so slightly. Really great job. Both of you do. You can swap these two very easily. Get into third place. This young lady's the one that moved us on up. She got in there. What impressed me about her as we was coming down through there, she took and used the whole ring with her heifer, and that moved you up, and really appreciate that about her. A lot to change up and get those feet and legs. She's harder to show. Her neck doesn't attach high on top of that shoulder. She's a little bit harder to lead out. As we move on down, young lady, the black and white steer, one again, foot placement kind of puts you where you're at. That's kind of where you'd like to get that profile. We want those back legs sitting just right as far as in this profile. That's where we'd like to change it up to make the cattle look better. And we're in showmanship to make cattle look good, and that's where we're at. Showmanship, where it's hogs or sheep or goats or cattle, is to make the livestock look good. As we move on down, young lady there with the Hereford, there again, feet and leg placement, being a little bit quicker when you hit the ring with her, with him, and get him in there as far as how he handles his feet and legs. Really could help that steer and move him up. We move on down. That steer wants to get a little bit out in his front end, young man. If you walk him on around, one you got to appreciate from that standpoint as far as he handles the steer. He's tougher to show. Listen, he gets a little bit out in his front. Get those front legs back and sure help make that steer look a little bit nicer. Nice group, nice people, a nice group of young folks to start the show with. Let's congratulate them with a round of applause.
And starting off our beef showmanship, and we only have one class of senior showmen, and that makes your champion showman Lexi Wright, reserve champion Carter Brown, third Charlotte Gribble, fourth Alexi Leonard, fifth Madison Bolyard, and sixth Carson Kidwell. We'll now move into intermediates. We got four classes of intermediate showmanship. Class number 2 coming into the ring for us right now. We have Carson Castile, Chris Blosser, Emma Volk, Braden Durst, Kenzie Clark, Cordell Bolyard. At this time, I'd like to introduce our judge for the evening, Mr. Glenn W. Graves. He's currently in his 33rd year as the agriculture instructor / FFA advisor at Cleveland High School in Cleveland, Alabama. Mr. Graves is a graduate of Auburn University, where he majored in agricultural education with minors in both animal science and agronomy. While at Auburn, he was a member of the Meats Livestock Judging Team and the Meat Evaluation Arc-Sabina team. In addition to teaching, Glenn, along with his wife Nancy, son Will, and daughter Audria, operates Graves Cattle, primarily specializing in the production of Angus, Sim Angus, and Maine Angus show heifers, along with the custom clipping, fitting, and foot trimming services. Mr. Graves has evaluated livestock shows, both junior and open, for multiple species in 9 states. So welcome, Mr. Graves, to West Virginia.
nice competitive group of showmen we've got in this particular run. I was informed we've got 4 runs of this intermediate showmanship, so we're going to select a few, and I'm going to pull them to the center here and congratulate them, and maybe, you know, shake the hands, and the ones that's going to be excused from the ring. I appreciate you all as far as here. We can sit here and work this and make it a marathon, and we'll be into the night. And so biggest thing in showmanship is lots of times to get in there, especially when you get onto a higher level show with lots of cattle in there, you've got to get this done pretty quick. And so you've got to, with these cattle or with any species, I think that's something, and that's part of the body of work that I kind of look at lots of times is who can get in there and can be the most deliberate in their actions. Showmanship starts at home. We all know that, working these cattle. And my kids, my ag kids, where they go, I always tell something about showmanship, and I'll say that over and over again. I said, sometimes, you know, you get in a tough class of showmanship. It's about making things happen and not letting things happen to you. And showmanship, sometimes that's what separates the people who in these deals is making things happen and not making and being, you know, not letting things happen to you. And when you get in there, and I'm sure you've been at your state fair level, there's classes and there's 20 kids in there. You've got to make something happen. You've got to make something happen pretty quick. And so we've got a couple of folks in there that kind of rings my bell. I'll go in there and I'll congratulate these top 3, no particular order. Then I'll go there and kind of briefly visit with some of the other folks. Let's give everyone a round of applause. We appreciate your coming in here and letting me evaluate you.
Out of class number 2, returning will be coming back will be Chris Blosser, Braden Durst, and Kenzie Clark. We now go to class number 3, they're intermediate, Emily Witt, Landon Bolyard, Vera Strasser, Fatima Padilla, Easton Hayes. Fatima Padilla. Okay.
nice group of intermittent showmen we've got. We're going to pull a couple out of this particular division, and I'll go in and visit with some of the other folks and things I'd change. Couple of things that you can see as we're going through there. Just try not, the cattle's got to kind of be in rhythm with you and got to work with you to be successful in showmanship. And as far as that goes, getting used to the show halter, working with that. We always at home get these cattle out there and train them with a particular halter. And my kids, we try several different versions, several different halters we work on. Wraps, chains, pike chains, whatever it is works for that particular head of cattle. We get them out and we worked and see which one particular combination works and the combination of things works to get these cattle right. Probably as far as success and showmanship, and I'm saying this across the board, is probably not having to repeat processes. That's probably the thing that gets you in trouble in showmanship. Having to repeat. There's about 3 or 4 processes that you need to do to be successful in showmanship. Smooth it, stop them, smooth exchange, let them know you're coming, get those feet and legs set up, minimize the use of the show stick, and so that's about 3 or 4, and walk them into place. If you have to repeat those processes, that's where you get in trouble. And so, getting there's a couple that just kind of that I think needs to really kind of come in and compete for the top end of this particular division. I'll go out and this young lady making the circle right here, and this young lady right behind her. You two will be coming back for the division.
In class number 3, returning will be Emily Witt and Fatima Padilla. We have class 4 now in our intermediate coming in. Avery Pollock, Peyton Edwards, Ty Jenkins, Lily Riley, Colby Hayes, Nick Bernanowitz.
very competitive set of intermediate showmen for this particular run. Unique, we got all steers in this particular drive, so that's something. Most times steers, and we all come up showing steers in my age group. Heifers was kind of a secondary thing in Alabama. Everybody came up, we had steers. I remember a time at our state event, which is in March in Alabama, we'd have about 500 steers, and so it wouldn't be a heifer on the place. So it was kind of a big deal in the late 80s, 80s. I was out of school by then, but you really like that as far as having fun. Steers generally are one or two things most of the time. They're either a dream to show or you absolutely hate them. Sometimes we don't really have those in-betweens on steers. And so, but most of the time you really have a steer that's really a great showmanship steer or one that you just really didn't. So that's what I competed with when I was in school was steer. That was the win in our state was you were going to show a steer, and as your senior year you had to fit in the ring, and so had to do that kind of similar to what the Herefords do today. And so it's all changed, but there's about 2 or 3 individuals that I'm going to pull for this particular class. The biggest thing is there again, getting the feet and legs, getting these cattle moving right. I try not when we do these drives. I like cattle to be walked into place and try to minimize the use of the show stick as much as possible. If you get in a fight with them, it's just it gets to be counterproductive lots of times when you start working cattle and start working with that. Those cattle that can walk in those places, that really gets you up there with me. To me, there's 3 individuals. Young man right here will pull you. Young lady with a white steer, and young lady in front will bring you back to compete for the championship of this division. Just congratulate all these other folks. Good job.
Our Class 4 results in an intermediate showmanship. Returning will be Avery Pollock, Peyton Edwards, and Nick Bernanowitz. We're now bringing in Class 5, Dylan Titus, Alyssa Friend, Raylan Snyder, Kenley Stone, Caleb Stone, Lena C.
They're, again, nice group of intermediate showmen. I guess this is the final run of this particular division there. Got some young folks that does a great job as far as getting those feet and legs set. Ones that really draw attention as far as being quick and being expeditious in this particular endeavor. Showmanship's tough. Not all cattle are meant to be showmanship cattle. Sometimes we'd have a string of cattle, typically we'd have around three in the barn for my daughter or son respectively, and getting in there and finding that one that's got that combination of things you want to do is really kind of tough at times as far as getting in there, being able to get those feet and legs under them that we work with, and sometimes we swap during the year, which is our showmanship cattle. I've actually brought in heifers that we could never make a showmanship heifer out of them, and we always try to be very competitive in this. Any judge will tell you this is the toughest thing to evaluate. You're evaluating young people. It's subjective. It's personal preference. The cattle deal is basically cut and dry a lot of times. It's based on structural integrity and the way the cattle are put together. It's not really personal preferences. It's industry standards that we base that on. And so as we get into showmanship, it's basically gets to be more subjective there and some things that we're looking for as far as the young folks. And so any judge will tell you this is probably the hardest thing to evaluate. The cattle, the hogs, or whatever that we're sorting, it really comes natural to us because that's what we've been taught, and that's what, since we started in 4-H and FFA, we were taught to evaluate and do these things with livestock, and we were taught on the judging team. We were not taught to evaluate people on the livestock judging team. We never were, and so that's kind of a little bit tougher, and we have to work harder at it. To me, there's a couple individuals in here that kind of gets done what I want to get done. Young lady with a baldy steer, we'll pull you for this division. Young man with a black and white steer. Nice job. Let's give everyone a round of applause.
In Class 5, returning back for the championship drive will be Kenley Stone and Lena C. We now should be having come back in the ring Chris Blosser, Braden Durst, Kenzie Clark, Emily Witt, Fatima Padilla, Avery Pollock, Peyton Edwards, Nick Bernanowitz, Kenley Stone, and Lena C. This will be for the championship drive on our intermediate showmanship.
Let's congratulate all the participants, no matter where they place, if they got cut or if they done that. You know, that's just things happen. We've, cattle showing is a competitive process. You're out here to compete, and out here, and it's sometimes the world of competition gets tough, and sometimes it always doesn't always work out. Had a young lady had a steer just really giving her fits a while ago. Not what she came in here to do. Obviously, she did not come in here to get bounced off the wall. That was not her intent when we got up this morning at daylight to come get that done. So, but that kind of happens, and she'll have a better trip next time. We've got to get in here, and somebody said, well, hey, you've just walked around, set them up several times. Really, showmanship's judged on the profile, folks. I mean, okay, I'll see guys, and they'll bring cattle in here and put them in side by side, and so you can see the kid on one end and kid on the other. Really, the ones in the middle are just kind of standing there holding stock, and that's we could accomplish that by tying them to the rail outside. I want to see how these young people walk and move these cattle around the ring, how they pace them. You put a good person at the halter, they can get a steer and heifer across that wouldn't necessarily get across sometimes, especially out through that front end. They elevate that front end. Our jobs as judges sometimes is to see, hey, is that steer or heifer that good, or is that kid that good at the stick? It's sometimes we have to sort that out. And you put the right person, we all know that. We've done this for years. That's very important as far as the person showing it, where we can get that critter across. And when we have some in open shows, or you have multiple head or whatever in a drive or something, if you'll notice, the people who's in that position just grab just anybody to carry one in sometimes. If they're trying to win, they're putting the best person driving that one. Don't make no mistake about it. And that's what showmanship is teaching, and that's what we're doing. It's also teaching work at home, really, as far as getting these cattle together. I'm not going to talk each one of these individually again, but I'm going to go ahead and, work around and talk with we're pulling the top five. I'm going to start from the top down and really work with that. Individual here just really does a great job. I watch them. I've evaluated your entire body of work, folks. Not just what you did out here, but what you did to get here. And that's where you've got to work it. There's one individual who's been flawless the entire time as far as getting that feet and legs under that particular animal, really just making it. I don't want your body straight with you. I want you to use the whole ring. When I circle you around here, I'm watching if you use the whole ring. As a whole, there's nobody cutting corners in here in this particular division. I don't like to see those kids who go down through here and decide to take that shortcut across there. And so I pull you out that side by side, and that person, I want to see you go to that rail as first you can and utilize the whole show ring. And all of you did. To your credit, there's been some good education as far as lay the groundwork for folks here in this community or this state as far as doing that. Because I go places lots of times, we'll cross the ring and all that. So as far as your etiquette, really appreciate that. But this one individual, I think, wins this going away. I always had the cattle set up. I always had them presented professionally. Young man, you'll be our champion in this division. No, hands down. Gets a little bit more competitive for the reserve champion in this particular division. As far as watching, as far as getting that, minimizing the use of show stick, working there, getting these cattle walked into place as quickly as possible, and do that smoothly. Young lady, she'll be your reserve. I think they came from the same division, same class. Third, I think is kind of falls in there between two individuals we've got over here, or three individuals we've got over here in this particular section. Young lady right here, you'll be our third. That steer is kind of a little bit tougher to show out there through his front end, tougher to get ideal, but you do a great job as far as making him look his best. Fourth place, to me, I think the logical place to go, young lady, the big baldy. I really like the way you present this steer out through his front end, making this steer look out as best as he could. Great job. And we'll conclude, young lady, or white steer, you'll be our fifth. Great job for these two. Let's congratulate all these exhibitors for a great job in this particular division.
In our intermediate championship drive, your champion showman for intermediate was Braden Durst. Reserve champion went to Kenzie Clark. Intermediate went to Fatima Padilla. Fourth, Leah C. And fifth, Avery Pollock. We're now starting with our junior showmanship. Cody Titus, Maddox Michal, Denise Jenkins, Joel Lipscomb, Caden Boyard, Clay Hayes. This time, I'd like to remind you of the sponsors that help make this show possible and for these youth to be able to do this. And if you can stop by those locations and help them out, we greatly appreciate it. In the Platinum sponsors, we have the Preston County Livestock Association, Stone Paving, Stone Asphalt, Grant County Mulch, Wagner's Septic Service, Prodigy, Nicholas Enterprises, Affordable Signs Unlimited, Arcosca Aggregates, Lubricin HA, Titan Roofing, LP Mineral, Lowe's of Oakland, Bates Recycling, Spike's Chimney Sweep, Glenn LaRue, and Modern Homestead. Those were our platinum sponsors. Our gold sponsors are Senator Randy Smith, Anderson Excavating, Wade Mayfield Memorial Fund, Triple P Meats, Trans Ova Genetics, Stone Backflow Services, Farm Credit of Virginia's, Clear Mountain Bank, Shop and Save Express, Mountain State Event Solutions, Pullis Seal Coating, White House Cattle, J.W. Wilhelm Ag Fencing, LLC, Phillips Livestock, 4D Roofing, First United Bank, Ace Aggregates, Mike's Towing, LEC Farm and Garden Market, Stone Farms, Preston Contractors, Ball Auction Incorporated. And our silver sponsors are Westmar Angus, Triple C Angus, the Miley Legal Group, Schrock Farm Equipment.
Let's congratulate this first class of the junior showmanship division. Had an outstanding and very competitive intermediate, by the way, and I tell you what, that really was a struggle to get through some of those. Couple things, always be a learner when you're at shows, and always be observe. Listen to some things, come to the ring, listen, watch the judge, how he's handling the show ring. Most time we kind of get in a rhythm and we kind of get where we're going to be, and that's what we do as far as the way we sort the show ring, the way we work the ring. Seldom times we get in there and change up. That's sometimes when people come here when I go to shows and they'll ask me, do you want to start with juniors or do you want to start with senior showmanship? I said, well, it's according to what emphasis this is. I said, if this is the senior year, kind of last time of a deal there, I kind of want to conclude with the seniors because I'm in my rhythm at that point in time. I don't want to be at 8 in the morning sorting this the last time these young people are going to be in the show ring and you're going to some scholarship program or something like that. I want to be, not only do I want the kids sharp, I want Glenn W. Graves to be the sharpest, and he's went through and got the show ring established and got where I want to be there. So today, it does, we're not at that particular deal, but sometimes I get aggravated at our state level that some of them want to start the older kids. I said, well, hey, they've worked for 9, 10 years at this, and now we're going to do it first thing in the morning. We're giving this as their last shot, and the judge may not have everything just lined out the way he wants in his show ring at this particular time. Hey, we're not any smarter than these folks around the ring, guys. I'm just going to be honest with you. So, I mean, a lot of them like to think they are, but we're not. So, hey, let's just do that. But this nice group of young people, there's about 2 to 3 in here. I'm going to pull and retain back for that. Let's give them a round of applause. I'll go out and tell you my selections. We'll compete for, I think there's 3 runs in this particular division. Let's go, and I'll go out and give you my selections.
Returning now for Class 6 is Maddox Michal, Denise Jenkins, and Caden Boyard. We now have Class 7 in our junior showmanship. Laura Stemple, Brayton Hayes, Emma Thornhill, Grady Ship, Sawyer Warner, Brantley Ball.
Nice group of showmen. Had a couple of cattle not really cooperating with the process, but we worked our way through that and really got them shown out here. So we've got some confidence getting them show ring broke. Really got, to me, there's one or two, especially one individual, I think he easily makes this cut and very competitive in what they do. A couple things, just there again, watch the judge, come in here some of these previous older classes and see what he's doing, see his rhythm, see where he's putting his cattle. Use that show ring, use it to your advantage, use the whole show ring. If you cut across, you're going to get down there and you're running out of room. These cattle do not like to turn close and tight. They like to what? Go ease themselves around in a long way. If you watch them in the pasture, they never cut they can't cut across, they never cut corners. They really can't go around. They do that. And so that's what they like to do. And so they really can't, you never see cattle really walk up and down hill. You see them come down an angle. You can look at the paths and see that they're a creature of habit. There's about 3 individuals in here that I'll go ahead and pull. The gentleman right here, really like the way he handles his and gets that steer set up. Young gentleman right here, the black and white steer. Young lady with a Simmental heifer. You'll come back and compete for our overall in this particular division. Let's congratulate the folks.
Currently in the ring, we have Class 8, Emma Stemple, Lane Jenkins, Charlotte Pollock, Jace Strauser, Carmen Knotts. This is our last class in the juniors before we go to the final drive. Our results on Class 7, he kept Laura Stemple, Brayton Hayes, and Sawyer Warner.
Nice set of junior showmen we've got here to conclude this particular division as far as our selection. Tell you what, there's a couple in here I really like the way they show. We're going to pull them. It's going to make it very competitive and exciting when we compete for the overall in this particular division. There again, use your show ring. Get these cattle used to the show halter. You know, I'd say if I have anything I'd change about Cumberland, and this is overall, this is not just in this particular class, this particular division. I always get those show halters fitted correctly as far as don't get them so far down the bridge of the nose. Some of those cattle, if you knock them out and you make, you know, if you won't get, anybody ever been working cattle and had to have one go down the chute and you have to get it up, if you'll go through there and hold its mouth shut, that thing will get up most of the time because they can't stand that. They hate it worse than anything. He's done it before. You just go hold their mouth shut. You ain't got to cut their hair off. If you hold their mouth shut, they will get up. And that's the same thing with these show halters. If you get that too far down around there, it really doesn't work like a bit on a horse. I'm an old horse rider as well, and it works a different process. So move them things up. We keep smalls and mediums in our show box at all times. When we show a bull, we'll have possibly a large in there, but most times smalls and mediums will get you by. And it's surprised how long they'll wear a small in some of these as far as that goes, as far as getting protected. And each one of them has a particular combination. Let's congratulate these. I'll go out and give you my selections as far as the couple of folks I want to bring back.
We're now going to do our junior championship drive. We kept back out of the last class Charlotte Pollock and Carmen Knotts. They'll be joined by Sawyer Warner, Brayton Hayes, Laura Stemple, Caden Bolyard, Denise Jenkins, and Maddox Michal. This will be for your final drive on your junior showmanship.
nice set of junior showmen. Let's congratulate all participants, no matter if they are in here or back in the back or around the rail watching. We appreciate each and one of them's effort and each and one of them's time as far as working with this livestock. And there's, like I say, I think we've got another division after this, but, a couple things. I'm not into a lot of the trendy things. I really like somebody who does the basics, really smooth, really deliberate, walking these cattle into place, and that's the ones I kind of like to get in there. When I come back for this next deal, I want to see you set these cattle up in several places in the ring. That's one thing. We've had some over there by the gate. That's where they came in. That's where cattle are actually thinking they're going to go back out, and that's in there. They got a brain about the size of a walnut, and most of the time they use that for, most of it is used for eating and tearing things up. That's the two decisions they make in life. It's pretty well what cattle do, and so that's pretty well their decision-making process. If I can't eat it, I find out a way to tear it up, and that's pretty well it. So they, no matter what Walt Disney tells us, these things really don't make rational decisions, and so they go back where they come from, and so that's the way they'll do it. If they don't like it here, we're going to go back out. So that being said, there's a couple of folks in here. To me, there's one in here that just kind of does what I like about it. They came, they saw, they took, and they won. And that's kind of the way we do it. And that's the way you've got to do it in showmanship, and just really kind of relieve no doubt in your mind as far as where you're going to go. That young lady did this prayer right here. This really does a great job as far as getting this steer. I think we had some form of equipment malfunction over here, and I decided just to walk away. But sometimes, that does happen. So I really like the way she handles that steer. It makes him look very nice. Gets a little bit tougher in different sections there as far as the body of work, as far as what they've done throughout the ring. Young man in this shirt here, and I absolutely love that shirt, by the way, dude. Great, I really like that as well. But I really like the way he gets these cattle set up, keeps them lined up. My third overall young lady with a red steer, come on out here to give her a round of applause as well. A very great job as far as getting that steer shown. A little bit tougher steer to show at times, but you really appreciate the job she does. As we get in here, as far as in 4 and 5, gentleman right here does a great job with that steer as well, as far as setting him up, getting him collected, getting that landing gear up under him. You'll be our 4th overall. And as we get here, as far as this young man, you'll be our 5th overall. Congratulations.
In our junior division, your champion showman went to Carmen Knotts. Your reserve went to Sawyer Warner. Third to Charlotte Pollock. Fourth to Brayton Hayes. And fifth to Joel Lipscomb. You now have in the ring Class 9. This is our Pee Wee showmanship. Sidney Van Dever, Wade Yost, Kira Friend, Eliza Warner, Colt Knotts.
outstanding group of Pee Wee showmen as far as, some of these were brother and sister's cattle. I knew some of these cattle looked vaguely familiar when we saw them out there. There's three individuals out here. It kind of sets themselves apart there. And it's nice here. We have different modes of thinking there as far as building these basic mechanics. I guess that's where we're at there as far as when we're looking at these showmanships. These earlier ones is building that, building that mechanically as far as getting that used to that and that routine as far as working with cattle, being comfortable around large animals and that comfort zone. And I would assume that most of us around this ring grew up with some form of livestock or we wouldn't be here. The general public does not do that, and if you're new to this, it's nice to build that up, and even as a kid to build that up to get that used to, and things that you and I just don't even think about would be just completely outside the realm of reality for some folks as well, as far as working with this livestock and reacting to them, and also have that calm demeanor. If that left hand, if you're tense in that left hand, that transposes in those cattle. They feel it. If you feel that, if you feel that left hand, if you're jerking on them, all that left hand transposes directly into what they're going to do. And to me, there's three individuals right here that I really like. These three right here in the center, starting with the young man right there. And with that, we'll bring y'all back to compete for the champion. Let's give them all a round of applause.
Returning our class number 9, Wade Yost, Eliza Warner, Colt Knotts. Our next class in the Pee Wee, Heidi Yost, Ty Thornhill, Ivy Van Devener, Huntley Titus.
nice group of exhibitors to include our showmanship this afternoon. Got a nice competitive group and lots of variation in age, I guess in age range there and ability in working with their cattle. But to me, I think the young lady up here, the mini herf, she'll come out that ring, and the young lady on this end will be the other one. We'll pull out there and compete for overall. Let's congratulate all these exhibitors for their efforts and give them a round of applause.
Returning back in from Class 10 was Heidi Yost and Ivy Van Devener, and they'll be joined by Wade Yost, Eliza Warner, and Colt Knotts.
In this class of Pee Wee Showman, we're not going to go through all the other motions that probably did some of the previous classes. I think we've kind of established, kind of our upper end there, and as far as the cattle, the young people, that's how they work with the cattle to me. And, I think it's nice to get these kids out in the ring and get them involved, and also get them to kind of used to, like I say, working with livestock and working with them and getting used to be out here under the spotlights. It's a different deal when they're that age, especially. Lots of fear. First, I decided when my little boy was about to get size this young man here, I carried him about 100 miles. I got him a market lamb. Carried him about 100 miles. My big old cattle trailer had one market lamb on it. Went to a show, got show ring, just me and him on a holiday weekend. Guess what? Wouldn't go in the ring without Dad. So, that was, I drove out there, like I say, we had one lamb on a 24-foot elite trailer and drove up to this Jackpot lamb show, had a kid there, and I said, Daddy, I don't want to go in. I'm scared. So this is harder than you think, and it's for when you're this age. Let's give them a round of applause. I think they've got a buckle for the winner in this one, and I think this is maybe the first, or it certainly won't be the last. The buckles to young lady, you'll be fourth. And young lady out here in the white Park or British white steer, this one had a little swap up with, she'll be your fifth. Let's congratulate all these exhibitors.
For our Pee Wee Championship, your champion showman goes to Eliza Warner. Reserve champion goes to Colt Knotts. Third to Wade Yost. Fourth to Ivy Van Dievener. And fifth to Heidi Yost.
Starter Angus division got us a nice single entry Angus female July. Heifer that's really elegant out through that front end. I thought the way the neck attaches out the top of her shoulder there, almost neat and ideal in her chest. You know, got kind of almost. I really like the idealness of her condition. That's where you've done a great job feeding this particular heifer. If we wanted to change her up, I'd like to sit her back in her shoulder and angle her shoulder just a little differently and set her back at her knee and kind of relax her top line. But one, it's really when you get her set up and she's a single entry in here, and that's sometimes the hardest ones to show. They don't like to be in the ring by themselves, and it can change. So get this heifer set up. She does a great job. We'll see her back for the division championship.
Showing in this Class 1 and returning will be Madeline Schaefer. In Class 2, we have Kenzie Clark, Lexi Wright, and Kenzie Clark. For those of you that have check-in animals for goats and lambs, the weigh-in is from 4 p.m. to 7. For goats and lambs, the weigh-in is from 4 p.m. to 7.
trio of Angus heifers. We've got them ranging from an April to a January, so a pretty big spread there. Let me talk them my way through them. The logical place to start for me is this heifer we've got here in the second young lady in the purple. One that's kind of robust in her rib shape, nice in her condition, very attractive heifer as you attach that neck out of the top of that shoulder. I prefer her angle to the shoulder to the previous class winner as well as far as weight. Is she a little bit relaxed in her top? Well, yeah, I think maybe for some people, but probably that's what makes her flexible. That flexibility of her spine really works to her advantage there as far as when we set her out and let her travel in this particular class. She's the one that's the most flexible off all ends of her skeleton. Sometimes you'd like to change her up just a notch, that right rear, but sometimes I really appreciate her in that type and kind. She's just a big-bodied, robust kind of female. It gets to be a decision. You got a flashy heifer in there, but I'm going to kind of opt for the January heifer there in terms of structural integrity, offer for rear too. One that's there again, we know she's going to be bigger and bolder, and that's not the decision making. When we set her in motion, I just like the way she operates off those rear pastures just a notch more than the heifer I'm going to conclude the class with. One that's not quite as flashy, not quite as cool fronted as the heifer that got around her in class, but one that I really appreciate for her type and kind. As we get in the next heifer we're coming around there, lots of style, lots of balance. When we set this heifer in motion, she likes to get a little bit straighter and more upright in her pasture and off those rear two, and that's where I'd change her or we'd move her on up and compete for the top end of this particular class. One's just a little bit more rigid in her spine. I'd like to change her up just a notch there, but really a cool, nice profiling female nonetheless.
In Class 2, the results were Lexa Wright first, second, Kinsey Clark with Harley, and third, Kinsey Clark with Donna. We now have Class 3 in, Caleb Stone.
Got to really appreciate the structural integrity of this October heifer coming in. I saw her in class and really appreciated that as far as in her, I know her class, but in showmanship. Lots of cool, she's really cool fronted, nice angles to her. Probably, you know, she's in good rig as far as being very fresh, and the way the young man's feeders do a great job. Probably if I wanted to change her up coming 2-year-old, I'd like to see her just showing a little bit more as far as production in terms of calf in her, but one that certainly you like the type and kind and the structural integrity of this nice single entry female. We'll see you back for the division.
Caleb Stone got up first in that class, and rejoining him now in the ring for our championship Angus will be Alexa Wright and Madeline Schaefer.
Nice trio of heifers and class winners we've had in this particular class. If you've heard my bio, that you know that's kind of what I raise, and my cows is, you know, we keep about 20 to 30 cows, and primarily we're raising Angus heifers. main Angus and semi-Angus. So this is our base cow here. Angus females, most of them are that registered Angus, and so if not, they're commercial Angus. And so this is kind of what I do, and this is kind of what I work in. This is my favorite breed nonetheless, and I really appreciate it. The heifer we had from that first class, when you get her parked, this is a real cool unit right here. You really like the extension through her front end, one that's really big bellied and I guess ideal conditioned. I'll appreciate her from that standpoint. Set her in motion. I'd like to change her up in her pasture and the way she operates off those rear two just a notch. Probably from an old-time fitter standpoint, we need to take a little bit of hair right out the front of that pasture, and that'd sure help that as far as maybe taking and trimming that out just a little bit tighter there. That'll sure help her on down the road. But heifer certainly, you got to admire her from the way she's put together the presentation. The young lady does a heck of a job showing her well. The big-bodied one we've got here, I think this is a March heifer we've got coming next. She's big, she's round in that rib cage and that design. One that's I really like the shape to her shoulder, the way it ties in just a little bit neater. She sits back in that knee more ideal. She's a little bit weaker top, but that sometimes really doesn't bother me. I think that's what makes these cattle mobile. I think that's what makes these cattle do good. And that top line, sometimes something's got to give, and I'd rather it be that than a foot and a leg any day. And then when we get into coming to the October heifer, there again, probably one you love her structure, love her kind. Heifer just hasn't quite got the power considered the one that was in front of her there in that previous class, but one that you certainly appreciate from structural integrity. Kind of like to see further along bred, but to me, I think it's logical to use this heifer in the center as champion, this heifer reserve. Let's congratulate these young ladies, nice pair of Angus females.
In your Angus Breeding Championship, your champion heifer was exhibited by Lexa Wright, and your reserve champion was exhibited by Madeline Schaefer. We now move into our Class 13, a maintainer breeding heifer. We're looking for Lexi Wright, Shane Titus, Braden Durst.
nice trio of April heifers we've got here in this particular class. All of them have some value to them, and of course, in terms of cow prospects. To me, the one that I really like is this Bronco heifer. We'll start to win the class with her. Is she the stoutest in the class in terms of when you view her career? Certainly not. But she's one. I love the angle to her shoulders. I love the way she moves out that top line. She really, young lady's got her in ideal shape and condition as far as what I like as a heifer coming into her age. I like the way she's just type and kind, just cool fronted, and certainly look at her, sits back at her knee. Next, we'll come with this heifer here. Starter design, big bone, no doubt. One got some more width down her top. It's also very ideal in turn to her cage and everything, but a little bit further along in condition, not over conditioned by any means, but we're right there where she needs to be. We don't need to be any fatter. Sits back her knee. I'd like to relax her right there in that pasture, and that's the difference between them. Those are two good heifers, though. We'll see them on down the road in this particular show. As we get in here, this heifer here, a nice female we've got, no doubt, just kind of gets overpowered in terms of and balance and correctness compared to those two straight line nice heifers that wins that class.
In our Class 13 results, first went to Lexi Wright, second Braden Durst, third to Shane Titus. Class 14, Carmen Knotts, Emily Whitt.
Good females just keep coming in this particular main influence division. You like the extension through the front end. This heifer has one. It's really big-bodied, stout design. She's really super powerful and puts it all together for us. Big-footed, nice heifer when we see her move around the ring. Heifer we got next one, it just kind of gets overpowered. She's got some rib shape, some natural rib shape about her. She's just a little bit leaner in her overall package. One I'd like to set back at her knee to change her up to move her up in this particular class.
Our results on Class 14, Cameron Knotts, first. Second, Emily Whitt. Returning back in for our champion, we're looking for Lexa Wright and Carmen Knotts.
Nice pair of heifers we got in this main influence division. I'm not going to endeavor and just re-talk everything. We just come out of the ring, so that's going to kind of be redundant. There's one that I just particularly like in here. She's my kind. She's one I like. I don't have to necessarily have cattle that's particularly the stoutest in the world in terms of that. I want them good, structural, correct cattle that handles the show ring and is really good at the surface. The Bronco heifer does it for me today in this particular division. We bring reserve in, and I really like that one as well. I think it comes down to some structural integrity out through their front end, an angle to her shoulder there that separates these two. To me, the heifer here just kind of does that for me as far as I like the way she sets in her shoulder nicer. She'll be your reserve champion. Thank you. I appreciate it, sir. Sorry.
The champion and our maintainer was exhibited by Lexi Wright. The reserve champion was exhibited by Braden Durst. We now move into the Simmental breeding, and then we're in Class 17, Carter Brown, 1 entry.
Cool purebred we've got here in this single entry. We're going to talk a little things about it and see her back to there. I like her extension through her front end. Is she the coolest front in the world? No, but she's got a big body to go along with that, and I like that about her. I like the way she handles the front end. I like the way she works and operates all on this surface out of her rear too. We'll see you back for the division.
Carter Brown won in this class will be returning in her Class 18 of her Simmental breeding heifers, Lexi Wright, Laura Stemple, Raylan Snyder, Carter Brown.
Nice pair of heifers up here on the top. We'll go ahead and walk this red heifer around. Like her in terms of the rig she's in terms of ideal body condition. When you set her in motion, you certainly doesn't disappoint you. She handles the surface, really picks up that, where that front foot picks up, she puts that rear leg right down into it. She's lean, she's nice, she's feminine, she's a cow. I like her quite a bit. We get into the big robust one, the youngest heifer in the class, one that's kind of a little bit further along in condition for me, or for this particular class. When we set her in motion, she likes I like to just relax her right there ever so slightly her top line to move her up and maybe just lean her up just a notch. Big stout heifer nonetheless. As we roll around here, another stout design one there, not quite as feminine as the heifers in front of her. One that certainly got some maternal ability as far as in terms of being easy doing, easy shape, a little rounder out of her hip. Then we're going to conclude the class. The heifer's a little bit leaner and rawer in her design, which certainly doesn't bother me, but kind of gets up in her top when we set her in motion. Like to relax that down, maybe make her more ideal.
Our results on Class 18, Carter Brown first, second, Lexi Wright, third, Raylan Snyder, fourth, Laura Stemple. Coming back in for the class champions will be the 2 Carter Brown animals.
Nice pair of heifers. I guess we're going to start, I don't know if they read my bio or whatever, they're going to go Angus, Maine, and Simmental, the cattle I deal in. So really appreciate these cattle in their type and kind. There again, I guess I'm going to like our fresher made female. I like one that's certainly extended through their front end, got some, you know, in nice shape and as far as that goes. But I will not sacrifice anything to get structural correctness. That's what I'm going to have in my cattle. The red heifer wins it handily. Let's give this young man a round of applause. I guess the discussion in my mind, the conversation I'm having with myself in this particular deal was about the reserve, and which ones are just, I guess, more my kind, and that's kind of where we're settling in on today. But to me, the heifer that kind of fits me, fits the bill for what I like in my operation. I like this calf to win. She'll be your reserve.
Your champion Simmental was exhibited from Carter Brown out of Class 18, and your reserve was also exhibited by Carter Brown out of Class 17. We're looking for our first class in AOB breeding heifer, Lane Jenkins.
Nice, elegant fronted, Shorthorn Plus appearing heifer. We've got this. I like the hip design, this heifer. She doesn't move around the ring. The young man said she's been complicated today, but one I think you like when you set her in motion there. I really like the angles to her pastures. I like the way she strikes the ground off her rear too. Very extended and feminine through her front, and done a great job feeding her and keeping her ideal in terms of her condition. Very nice job. Congratulate the young man.
Results on Class 20, Lane Jenkins will get a first, would be returning. Class 21, Jay Strauser, Kira Friend.
AOB is unique. You have to not only evaluate the cattle to each other, but how they represent the breeds they represent. Best representation of their breed is this polled heifer. We're going to start with young man. She's big and she's robust and her kind. Nice level hip on her, big bone, big stout kind of female that you like in terms of having an easy doing, easy fleshing Hereford female. The limousine influence female is going to be next. One, if you like the extension through her front end, she's really cool to look at, but that comes at I guess, a disadvantage. I'd like to stouten her up in her design and see more rib shape about her to power her up in comparison, even to the Hereford that wins this particular class.
Results on Class 21, Jace Strauser first, second, Kira Friend. Class 22, Ivy Van Devener, Emma Thornhill, Brantley Ball.
Sometimes the old saying is when you judge the LB division, you get in there and it's apples and oranges. Well, this one we got mini Herefords and then got a Char composite, big stout, more of apples and watermelons, I guess, when we get into this particular deal. I think the heifer that needs to win the class is the Charlet composite. One that's big and robust and stout in her design. Now, some things I'd like to change about her. She gets outside of herself, one for rear tube when we set her in motion, and I'd sure like to change that up about her. Just lean her up just a notch. That's where we'd change that particular one up. We get in there as far as your choice, as far as these particular mini Herefords. I like the more feminine option right here, young lady. I really like the extension through her front end just a notch more. I like the way she handles her hip and hind leg. She's just a notch more rib shape, more robust in that center rib. That's where I'd change the heifer we've got here in front just a little bit, just to see more center rib, more depth of rib, more easier doing appearance than what to change her up to move her higher in the class.
In Class 22, first place went to Brantley Ball, second place to Emma Thornhill, third place to Ivy Van Devener. Class 20, we're looking for Brantley Ball, Ty Jenkins, Chris Blosser.
Got a sim solution, Charlotte Composite, and I think from what if I remember correctly from Shorthorn Plus, if I remember correctly from Showmanship, 3 heifers there. Again, we have to compare them between their breeds and breed kinds. Option is, I guess, conversation. I'm going to go ahead and, in my mind, we'll use the sim solution heifer to win this. She best combines rib shape, volume, doability. When we set her in motion, certainly we like her as far as comparison to the contemporaries in the class there. A lot to lean just a notch to make it ideal in my mind, but one I think needs to win the class. The next solution to me was to go with the Char Composite right here in the center. As far as structural integrity, I really like the way she moves out long and free in her stride. Young man's done a great job of feeding her as far as keeping her in good rig, keeping her sound, keeping her the way we like cattle move. This one's going to perform for him on the road. Problem heifer in the class to me was the Shorthorn Composite. One, you like the extension to her front end. You like the way she puts together when you set her on the stand. We set her in motions when we set those problems. We'd like to change the shape of those feet. I really like to relax right there in her passion. She doesn't flex. Just like to change the foot shape, kind of get some screw claw out there on that outer right there. That's where we'd change her up to move her up.
Our Class 23 results: first, Chris Blosser; second, Ty Jenkins; third, Brantley Ball. Class 24, last class in this division, Alyssa Friend.
Single entry black limousine we've got here, really an easy doing, easy keeping type and kind of female there. One that's certainly stout in your design when you move her from the rear. If I had to change her up, I'd like to relax her passions, relax her top line just to make her ideal. She's as far along in condition as she needs to be, so we need to watch that if we're moving on down the road to further shows with her. Nice female, we'll see you in the division championship.
Results on Class 24, Alyssa Friend will place first and be returning, along with Chris Blosser, Brantley Ball, Jay Strauser, and Lane Jenkins for our championship drive.
In the AOB division, let's congratulate all the exhibitors and a very, some decisions to make in there, touches and goes as far as where we need to be. The shorthorn composite heifer there, you really like her extended through her front end, one you appreciate in terms of her hip design and structural integrity in this particular class. The Hereford female next, coming next, was one that certainly lost some rib and some volume. Not the prettiest Hereford in the world in terms of up through her front end, but certainly some practical hip design, practical structure. The big yellow Charolais composite heifer, certainly you've got to admire her in terms of her thickness, in terms of her substance. Gets outside of herself for me on her structure there, and that's where I'd particularly love to change her up. Not really my kind in terms of structural integrity off those rear two. We get into the next heifer here, I believe she was a Sim Solution. One that's really got some power, got some rib shape about her. Like to lean her up in her overall design to make her ideal, get some of that chest floor off of her. That sure help make that heifer appear a little bit nicer in the show ring, but you certainly like her in terms of her substance, in terms of width down that top. Concluding was a limousine influence heifer there, certainly the stout design one that you got when you view her from the rear. There again, a heifer would like to relax in her top line. To me, it comes down to about two heifers in this particular class. I'll use this heifer to win this Sim Solution heifer. She'll be your champion. Is there a second? No change. No second.
We need Ty Jenkins.
Then it comes down to a couple of heifers in here. It comes down to this shorthorn influence female on this end, the second in that particular class. To me, I guess the cattle is just more my type and kind. I just like their design. I like the straightness of the line. This heifer will be your reserve. Let's congratulate this young man.
In this driver AOB championship, your champion was exhibited by Chris Foster. And your reserve was exhibited by Lane Jenkins. We're now moving in class 5. Crossbred breeding. Allison Schmuck, Joel Lipscomb, Braden Durst.
Nice trio crossbred females we've got. I'm not really sure we show these for weight or whatever. It sorts itself here regardless there. Nice, elegant fronted heifer. We're going to start with young man right here in front of me. I like the way that heifer attaches out of the top side of that shoulder. Very nice. She really works her spine and top line. Somebody's done a great job pulling her top today, by the way, from a standpoint of fitting there. Oh, you really appreciate that. A heifer probably set her in motion. I think she handles it well. If we need to take a little bit of hair off the front side of that pasture, maybe saving it for later or whatever, that'd really make her correct that angle right there, that passion. But one that's big-bodied, big-ribbed, and nice rig in terms of her condition. She's ideal. Just keep her right there. Gets a little bit more competitive for the second place, but the young man we right here, I'm going to go ahead and use her. I guess where my decision was, I like some things about that heifer in third, but when we set you in motion, you're just bigger footed and you handle the surface just a notch better, or really a lot better than the heifer around you. Are you extending his front end as the heifer got around you in class? No, but I like that heifer again. Lots of big body, some rib design. There again, she's right there where she needs to be in terms of condition. You're doing a great job. Some hay and some fiber, and that's about it on her, and she's about where she needs to be. If you get her any fatter, it's going to take away from her front end. As we get in here, walk around, this heifer on the stand, you really like her. I set them in motion again, just wanted to double check some things. You'd just like to change her off those pastures. She kind of gets, I'd like to see her different at the surface, especially off that left rear. She wants to wrench that over so slightly, maybe gets outside of her structure, outside of her skeleton when we set her in motion.
Class 25 results. First place, Braden Durst. Second, Joel Lipscomb. Third, Allison Schmuck. Class 26, Lena C., Charlotte Gribble.
Pair of heifers that greatly different in type and kind, greatly different where they're at in their growth curve. To me, I guess some problems I'd like to solve in each one of them. From a standpoint of a cow man, I guess you got to go to the one which is going to be the lowest cost, lowest input kind of female when you start evaluating these two. There's the option on the main influence female. We'll win the class of her. Young lady, go ahead and walk her out. She's softer designed. She's easier keeping, easier fleshing. I just want it to get a little bit more practical in terms of in the days of high feed costs, I guess we got to kind of go for that option there. One that's just easier dealing, easier keeping. As we next one in class, the heifer, we like the extension through her front end. Young lady, will go ahead and walk her on around of the shorthorn influence female. One, I like the feminine. I like the style and balance about her. We'd just like to soften her up right there in the center of her forerib. She's a little bit harsher in her design that I'd like to see sometimes. I'd like to change her off from that aspect. One that's harder rib. I'd like to see more shape in terms of that rib cage to make her more practical type cattle.
Class 26 results. First, Charlotte Gribble. Second, Lena C. Class 27, and Denise Jenkins.
Nice pair of females, easy place to start in my discussion. In my mind, is the red heifer. She's loose and flexible in her design. She's got lots of shape and to her rib. She's real robust and stout in her kind. She reads a lot of muscle down her top if that's what you're into. She's big in her foot. I like this heifer quite a bit in this particular class. Heifer is cool side. She's a cool profiling one. It's the baldy heifer we've got coming next. One, we'd like to just see her some more shape and turn right there through the center portion of their rib. I'd like to pull her apart in her forerib just a notch. Really a nice attached, cool, elegant front end on her, but one that we'd like to pair that with some style or with some power right through the center portion of her rib. One that we'd like to relax ever so slightly her passengers to move her past the red heifer in this particular class.
Our Class 27 results: first place went to Denise Jenkins, second to Wes Goldstrom. We're now completing our championship drive on this class. We should have Braden Durst, Charlotte Gribble, Denise Jenkins in the ring.
Nice trio of class winners. Let's congratulate them with a round of applause real quick. You know, in the crossbred division, you got to know where you're going with them and things as far as what your motor production and where you want to be, whether it's hopefully to raise some show steers or just some production cattle. We've got some that fits that bill here, and there's some back in the waiting area that does that as well. To me, I think it's obvious to me. We'll use this heifer to win. Let's congratulate this young man. I like her quite a bit. Nice female. Competition for reserve champion crossbred gets a little bit more of a tighter conversation when I get to discussing it in my mind as far as some things I like, some positives and negatives. But I think as we pair the females up, pair them up in type and kind, the second place in that particular class will be your reserve. Let's congratulate this young man.
The champion in this division was exhibited by Braden Durst and reserved by Lipscomb. Now we need back in the ring our champions of each section. We need Alexis Wright with 2 entries, Carter Brown, Chris Blosser, and Braden Durst.
Congratulate all these heifer exhibitors. Really nice set of females we've got out here. Let's give them all a round of applause, if you would. Oh, I know we've got a steer show we got to get through, go through, and it looks like there's going to be a large number of steers as well. And my preferences will not differ greatly from from heifers to steers. I like feminine. I like structural correctness. And I told them in Texas, I was judging a show in South Texas, and we got in some more clubbier type females. And I said, well, I like a cow. I said, I've been in the cow business and done this for a long time. I was in the steer business, but it still takes a cow to raise a steer. You really can't breed another steer to make a steer, and that's from the standpoint of some of those steer-made heifers. It just doesn't work. Well, that said, I've got this out here in some of these females. That's some things I particularly like. All of you who's here today at a show where you're showing cattle, sheep, hogs, or whatever, you've accomplished the biggest chore in showing livestock. Hey, it's an expensive endeavor. Biggest chore, y'all know what it is? Getting kids out of bed early in the morning on show day. That's the biggest chore that you accomplish. It's a whole lot easier to deal with the livestock. Everybody's laughing. That's the biggest chore, is rolling the kids out at 3 and 4 in the morning and getting them out. We can handle cattle, we can drag the hog, we can drag the sheep, and we can whoop on the hog, but the kids are the hardest ones to get out of bed and get them to going in the morning. Let's give everybody a round of applause. I'll go give you my opinion.
All right, we finally got this all figured out. Your overall breeding heifer came out of Class 13, Alexa Wright. The overall reserve come out of Class 13 also, but Braden Durst. Your third come out of Class 2 by Lexi Wright. Your fourth is Carter Brown, and your fifth is Madeline Schaefer. Kidwell, 1 entry in this class of Angus market steers.
Nice to start our steer show here. Got a steer that's, needs a few more days on feed, obviously, in terms of his weight there to reach an end point of that 1,400 pound. And, Angus steers are going great choice. We know that from a breed. One is the guy standard. If I had to change this particular steer up, I'd like to relax him in those pastures ever so slightly to make him more functional at the ground. Other than that, a big, thick-made Angus kind of steer that's, when we get him fed out, he's going to be a nice prospect for you, or a nice fat steer for you, young man. Congratulations.
In Class 1, Carson Kidwell placed first and will be returning back in. In Class 2, we have 3 entries: Landon Boyard, Emma Stemple, Kenzie Clark.
Just don't beat things around the bush in this particular class. Got a this 12, 30 some odd steers, just the kind that you need to raise in terms of an Angus cattle there. He's big ribbed, he's super ribbed, he's super sound. He's thick as you need one from a standpoint of an Angus steer. Industry type cattle here. You handle him, he's kind of getting some finish on him. He's soft, he's robust. He's the kind you need to raise. Comes down to some discussion on the second and third in here. The steer's got a little bit more finish on him when you handle there on his 13th rib is the steer we've got here coming next with a young lady. One, I think he's just very closer in terms of reaching the choice grade. Probably all these cattle will reach it or choice plus or even low prime in there, but the kind of cattle we want to raise in terms of having more just a notch more finish. He's a softer made, easier feeding type cattle as well. We conclude the class as steer down here. He's a little bit rawer design. He's a little bit drier in his rib when you handle him. One that really breaks in his top. We'd like to change into that much as well. 3 nice steers, really great class winner.
In class number 2, your results is first place, Kenzie Clark. Second place, Emma Stemple. Third place, Landon Bowyard. Staying in the ring will be Kenzie Clark, and coming back is Carson Kidwell for your Angus Market Steer Champion.
Went ahead and brought the second place back in here in this particular division, if you would indulge me. Kind of got more of a prospect kind of steer, heavy progress kind of steer, I guess you would say here in this. Lots of extension through his front end. Got a lot more days on feed, one that you'd probably like to change up in his structure. Then we got this guy here, you know, kind of the knife to a gunfight kind of deal we've got here in this particular calf. I like him quite a bit. Those are the kind you want to raise from an Angus breeder as far as market steers. Good cattle there from end to end. Then, so to me, it's pretty easy. He'll be your champion. The cattle that follows his next type and kind as far as being a market-ready steers, young lady second in class, that'll be your Grand and Reserve Angus steers. Let's congratulate the 2 young ladies right here in the center of the ring.
For your champion Angus, exhibited by Kenzie Clark, and your reserve champion Angus is exhibited by Emma. We now go to Class 16, beginning our AOB market steer. We have Lauren Stemple.
Start off the AOB with this, I guess, a British white kind of cross type steer there we got, or is it Shorthorn Plus? Shorthorn Plus. A steer is kind of a progress steer, I guess, in terms of where we're at in his finish. I don't necessarily have to handle him at this time to see. He's got a few more days left on feed to reach the choice grade, an ideal carcass weight to reach out, and he's going to easily do that. He's going to reach that 1,400 pound, 1,350, 1,300 pound in a window that we kind of like to see the cattle in there. But a nice steer, very structural correct, likes an extension through his front end, like this steer quite a bit in terms of structural integrity.
Results on Class 16, Laura Stemple placing first. We're now going Class 17, looking for Madison Bolyard, Sydney Van Dever, Emma Volk. If somebody has lost a Subaru key and you can't get your car to start, I've got a Subaru key here at the front table.
Class AOB steers there again, you kind of start comparing them to each other, but also what represents the breed and where we need to be. Got a heavier cattle, it's kind of laying down some finish, and that's where they need to be. I think the logical discussion in my mind is we're going to start with the Hereford steer terms for what we see in the cattle industry today. A big ribbed, easy feeding one. He's kind of a little bit longer toe and bigger decarb. That comes with staying at the bunk quite a bit and all that energy he's pumped into him to reach that grade. I like his rib shape. I like his length of hip. Has one that's got some muscle in him for a Hereford steer. Should higher value carcass. Comes down some discussion to me. The black steer come next there. One that's kind of a different spot in his growth curve compared to our class winner. He's going he's kind of the steer's going to be in those 14s when he reaches mature weight and reaches his, when we hang him on the rail. That's certainly within the industry guidelines at this point in time, but one just needs a few more days on feed to move on up and get he's a little bit drier right there at his full rib and like just soften him up in his design. That being said, that's where we try and change this next steer, where he kind of looks a little bit harder made right there in his fore rib. Not quite the muscle of the two steers that placed above him. We'd change him up that way to stouten him up to move him up in the class.
Class 17 results. First, Madison Bolyard. Second, Emma Volk. Third, Sydney Van Dever. Class 18. Lila Riley, Brayton Hayes, Wade Yost.
Trio of AOB steers to me. I'm going to start with steer down here on the end. One, it's probably more carcass ready as far as for when we go the rail. He's in the upper 12s there. He's got some finish about him. Also, when you set him in motion, he handles it. You read him at the surface. He handles it quite well. He's got a longer hip in him than one we're going to use in second. Laying down some finish, going to have some carcass quality about him. He's got some stout design. He's longer spine and longer hip than the calf we're going to use in second, and that's where I guess he wins it for me. Coming down here to the far end, this calf will be second on the far end. One that you say motion. He's certainly a huge bone, huge footed kind of a steer. I really like him from that standpoint. A lot to change it up just a notch. He's a little bit rounder out of his hip in comparison to the class winner, but there's some parts and pieces I like about him quite well. He's really cool front and really extending through his front end. A steer we've got here coming third, one that I'd like to change him up in his structure. He's too straight and upright and rigid in those patterns. When we say him in motions where the issue is on this particular steer, just like to change him up in that fashion.
Class 18 results. First place, Wade Yost. Second, Lila O'Reilly. Third, Brayton Hayes. Last class, we have one entry, Easton Hayes.
Nice stout design when the young man brings forward into 13 weights. He's getting the time. It's time to go to the cooler. It's time for him to go to his end product. And I like that steer. He's got some finish about him. He's got a big hip in him. He moves relatively sound off his rear too. Got a big long level hip in that particular steer. Got some width down that top. I think between 12th and 13th rib, I'm going to call this calf about half, about 0.5 there, 4/10 to 0.5 there. He's really kind of where we want him in terms of when we, as far as the end product. I think going to easily go into that choice grade in terms of his outer cover. Nice steer for this particular young man.
Easton Hayes wins Class 19 and will be staying in the ring for our championship drive. Coming back to the ring also will be Madison Bolyard and Lars Stemple and Wade Yost.
Nice group of AOB steers anywhere from our Shorthorn Plus, Hereford, and on down. These are some kind of continental composite, I assume is there easily. There's two steers in here that kind of fit together, and I'm not going to go ahead and endeavor. I thought we've talked them extensively in the class, but the two steers I think that puts together, and I'm going to kind of evaluate on market readiness and where we go to rail and the kind of kettle I think that we need to hang in terms of getting that nice choice. You agree, upper twos, low threes, carcass. This young man to win the division, this young man will be reserved.
In this division, your champion animal was exhibited by Easton Hayes, and your reserve champion by Wade Yost. Currently in the ring, we're starting crossbred, market steer. We have Ty Jenkins.
More of a heavy prospect, progress kind of a steer we've got coming in, starting off our crossbred division. From knee and hock up, he's one that you like in terms of extension through his front end. He works some muscle down his top and some shape and turn to his loin and got some stifle through his steer. From knee and hock downs, where you'd like to particularly change his steer, he gets a little bit straight in his he gets extremely straight in his shoulder, bucks in his knee. We like to flex him off his hock. That's the calf's going to have a harder time moving those heavier finish weights and reaching a choice grade.
In Class 20, Ty Jenkins takes that class. In Class 21, we should be looking for Caden Hayes and Avery Pollock.
Deal with steers here, but I think there's a logical, we can just attach a lot of different superlatives to this white steer young lady's got there. I saw him in showmanship and liked him quite a bit. Lots of square hip when you set him in motion. He's one that really just got that structural integrity. He's flexible off all four corners of his skeleton, handles those passions in that hip and hind leg. And that's where you notice the heifer show or whatever, I really sort these cattle coming in on that hip and hind leg. Cattle that function that hip and hind leg are going to be good stock most of the time, very well all the time. He's got some rib, got an easy feeding appearance. Kind of having a hot day today, obviously, but so I think that's why I've heard outside it's pretty hot. But one I really like his steer quite a bit, and his type and kind, he'll be one to look at. As we move on down, steer just kind of bring, kind of a good functional type of market cattle, no doubt. Just hasn't got the style, the show ring appeal that the steer got around him today, but certainly some parts and pieces you like, good functional livestock we've got there in second.
Results of Class 21. The first went to Avery Pollock, second to Caden Hayes. Now we got Class 22. We're looking for Peyton Edwards, Sawyer Warner, Vera Strasser, Caleb Stone, Clay Hayes, Emily Whitt.
Pretty easy place to start the black white-footed steer here we've got there. One that's elegant up through his front end. He's in the 11s or 12, early 12s there. One that's really flexible off the corners of his skeleton. Kind of concerns me. He's a little bit further along in finish for that weight. I guess that's the deal. I'd probably like to make him just a little bit more juvenile in his appearance in relation to his weight there. As comments I'll say about some others in this particular ring. But I really like him in terms of his structural integrity, and he puts it together for me. Lots of width down at top and stifle. Next steer there, he's down here at the other end, kind of lost him for a second. He's a long spine kind of cattle, different places, growth curve, different place where he, I guess where he's going to be from an end point there. Probably a bit fresher skull type cattle out of this when you read him at that. But a calf that's really got some thickness and really handles the ground, handles the surface quite well. Next calf here, giving the young lady some trouble. Got a big, thick-ended kind of cattle, lots of width down that top, lots of stifle to that particular steer. It's when we set him in motion is where we want to change that calf up right off those rear pastures. It kind of gives us some issues there. The next calf is coming in around one. It's at the 1,100-pound weight. There again, one of them I just kind of like to freshen up throughout, make him more juvenile in his appearance, change him up in his shape to his skull, maybe make, I just can't really get those cattle moved up higher enough there. I'd like to extend him through his front end a little bit further along than ideal for me. Then we get in this type, nice concluding two stout design steer here we've got coming next. Just not quite the show ring appeal, not quite the profile. Calf that we got there has got more days on feed. He's probably going to be a larger end point than any of the cattle in here. Congratulate nice, very competitive set of crossbred steers.
Class 22 results. First, Sawyer Warner. Second, Caleb Stone. Third, Vera Strasser. Fourth, Peyton Edwards. Fifth, Clay Hayes. Sixth, Emily Whitt. We now have Class 23, Denise Jenkins, Kenley Stone, Caden Boyard, Colby Hayes.
Start class with the baldy steer. I think he puts the parts and pieces together with all the angles that I kind of like. He's in the 12 range, got some width and shape down that top. One that's big, stifled, and good-footed when you set him in motion in comparison to some of his contemporaries within this particular class. He's probably one of the lighter steers in the class, but he's got some cover laying it down. I think as a progress steer, he's going to be pretty nice on down the road. The next steer there is one that I really like in terms of his top shape and his power right there through the center portion of that rib. When you get to evaluate him, I really like to change his toe shape off all four corners there. He's really getting us a stream hook in those toes. I'd really like to change that up about him. It'd probably help his motions, give him a good foot trimming. He's a little rounder design than our class winner. I'd change him up there. Hard-made steer we've got coming in the black and white. He's a little bit drier right there in the center of his forehead. One I'd like to change up there. One that's kind of a little bit straighter shouldered. Not necessarily bad cattle we're going to conclude the class with. A good feedlot, high-quality kind of cattle there as well. Good easy feeding. Kind of can just see some thickness and some power in comparison to the contemporaries placed above him.
In Class 23, first place goes to Denise Jenkins, second to Caden Boyard, third to Kenley Stone, and fourth to Colby Hayes. Class 24, Lena C., Nick Bernanowitz, Cordell Boyard, Dylan Titus, Cody Titus.
It's one of those classes here you kind of have to sort of piece together and get what you want. I think the combination steer, I believe when he sheared on down, and I believe he's kind of, they hadn't really clipped him down. I believe this is the steer that when he got blowed up and really in show shape and show rig there. This steer's one's going to draw some attention on down the road in relation to him. I just love his shape and turn to his rib cage. I like one that he's got a bit width down his top. If we get him set up, he really kind of collects himself nice when he sets in motion. I guess that's where I like him better than any of the other steers in the class. He's got some shape. He's got some stifle to him. He's a big-footed kind of cattle, and it's kind of where he needs to be from a feeding standpoint. We get him sheared on down, shear his head out. He's going to be a cooler steer than what you think. The calf was kind of a problem to me. A lot of people may start with is the one coming next. If we were round him on out, young man. One, if there again, he's really extended through his front end. I catch him when we set him in motion. One wants to get a little bit rigid and upright in his passion. We'd sure like to soften that calf up in terms of his center rib. Give him an easier feeding, more robust appearance would move him up in this class. He just needs to soften on up and get heavier. He's at a different point in his growth curve compared to the cattle on either end of it. Next one, and there again, a Cabot was almost put in second, but one sometimes there again, he gets a little straight and upright in his pasture, and there, I'd like to change him up. He's got some rib and some volume and some easy feeding appearance about him, but one I'd like to change up in his structure off his rear too. I'd like to lengthen his stride. He gets a little short and choppy there. Harsher made steer we've got coming around next. One's a little rounder in his design. There again, like to say more flexible, more finish. I guess he needs more days on feed to move up in this class, as does the one we concluded class with. Extension through his front end certainly moves long and free. Probably works to his disadvantage from the standpoint. He doesn't hang as much muscle on that particular skeleton as what we'd like to see in this particular class.
Class 24 results. First place, Dylan Titus. Second, Nick Bernanowitz. Third, Cordell Boyard. Fourth, Cody Titus. Fifth, Lena C. We now have Class 25 coming in the ring. Carson Castile, Charlotte Pollock, Carmen Knotts, Fatima Padilla, Maddox Bouchard, Alexa Leonard.
Nice pair of steers start the class. Really outstanding steer that I really like to win the class. Young lady out here in front, we're just going to leave you there. It's structural integrity that really sorts these two out through that front end. This is a cool guy. He's in there in that 1330 range. I like the way he handles his hip and hind leg, really out there through his front there. I like the way he sets back at his knee and operates out of his front end, just a not really a lot better, I guess, to simplify the terms. You love the way he handles his top line. This is a cool dude when you see him from the side. Is he the thickest steer in this class? Heck no, he's not. But we're not here to butt cut steers, and I don't. And I really like cattle that are really sound and flexible. And then about the third, we get in that muscle issue. I really like him quite a bit. Next steer there, you are super powerful in that steer, young lady. He's got lots of width and shape down that top. Done a great job of getting this steer market ready. He still moves pretty good off that front end, but in comparison to that guy in front of you, I'd like to change him up and just set him back at his knee ever so slightly to make him ideal. Lots of width and shape, good one there as well. Then we move on into these cattle here. One that really moved itself up. You get some hair on this black and white steer, he's going to be competitive. Really, he's the heaviest steer in the class, but he's thick, he's powerful, and handles the ground very well. Next two steers coming next. We get into them in steers that, they're a little bit further along. I'd like to make them more juvenile in their appearance, on their head. They get a little, just change them up in their structure. Red and white steer the same. Gets outside of himself on his skeleton. One that gets a little bit just, I guess more mature for me in this particular class. Harder made steer we're going to conclude with. One that just needs more days on feed to move him up in this particular class. Nice set of steers. Let's give everybody a round of applause. Very competitive on that top end.
Class 25 results. First, Carmen Knotts. Second, Fatima Padilla. Third, Alexi Leonard. Fourth, Charlotte Pollock. Fifth, Carson Castile. Sixth, Maddox Michaud. Class 26, we have two entries, Brantley Ball and Grady Ship.
Nice class winner we've got, young man. We're going to start this big-footed, big-back kind of steer. We've got lots of softness of center, lots of rib shape. You get in behind this calf, and he's super powerful. Lots of width down his top. Like him quite a bit. Nice steer and really powerful one we've got coming next in this particular class. One, I'd like to change his toe shape. Like to set him back at his knee ever so slightly. He's a little bit straight in terms of comparison to his counterpart in the ring. He does blend nicer through his shoulder than the counterpart, but one would sure like to change his structure off his rear too, just to make him ideal.
Our result on Class 26, first place, Brantley Ball. Second place, Grady Ship. Coming back in for our championship drive on crossbred, we're looking for Ty Jenkins, Avery Pollock, Sawyer Warner, Denise Jenkins, Dylan Titus, Carmen Knotts, and Brantley Ball.
Let's congratulate all these crossbred steers. This is, I guess, where the rubber meets the road in the steer game. We all know that. And so just briefly comment. So calf we got started first class single entry one. We got some stoutness, but really not changing up in his structure. This next guy here, I really like him quite a bit. He's in that 1,100, 1,000-pound range, somewhere in that range. This one would really run. I tell you what, down our part of the world, Alabama and Georgia, this would be a sure enough competitive. This is going to be a competitive steer. He could win the deal. I like him quite a bit. That structural integrity, that flex, those pasterns. He's good calf. He's good cattle. Next calf's different in his type and kind, the black and white one. A little bit more mature in his type and kind in relation to the cattle on either end of him there as far as in this lineup. One you certainly got to admire from his foot size, his shape, and his rib shape. Just like to freshen him up, make him more juvenile in his appearance up through his front end. Really fresh steer we've got coming next. Got a few more days on feed, but one I thought won that class particularly handily. You get the, I know we ran into a rainstorm out there, and that really doesn't figure that much into this particular drive here, but I think when you get him blowed out and get him clipped out, he's going to be pretty cool. The next one there, again, I talked that in class. I think get a clip job on this calf, get some hair on him. He's going to be pretty nice there. Level that hip out in him a little bit. Get a pair of clippers on that tail head. Next guy coming next. Well, I mean, my goodness, you just get excited looking at that particular kid. He's really sound, long, and free in his stride. He just hits the ground really soft and long, flexible. He's athletic. He's type and kind. Big stock market kind of steer we've got here coming next. Certainly you got to admire him. Carcass quality, that calf's going to hang a choice horse average carcass at least. Good kind of cattle from end to end. I'm not going to make no bones about it. This will be your champion in this particular class. Very easy. Let's give this young lady a round of applause. Coming in the reserve, that's a big back, big stout, big footed kind of steer. Somebody's done a nice job fitting that back leg, by the way, getting him ready. Us calf, the only difference in him was he's just not quite the structure through that front end, but certainly great cattle, as no doubt, and he'll be your reserve. Let's give this young lady a round of applause with that. Third in that class was another kid there. This one, I guess, you get him haired up, and it's just the nature of the beast. Sometimes these calves don't shag up the way we want them, but that's good cattle, no doubt. I like the way he's shaped down his top. You put 3 inches of hair on his body, that's going to be a pretty doggone cool one as well, and I like him quite a bit. But to me, I fell in love with this white calf. He'll be your third overall right here coming out of your second class. Second was a scratch in that particular class. It gets some more discussion down through here in this particular class, but our particular division, black and white calf, I like you quite a bit as well. Nice kind of cattle there. We'll use here in fourth overall. Yes, that's you. If you don't want it, we'll give it back. Okay. We're glad we'll take it away. Top 5 there, finishing including top 5. Can't ignore the practicality and good feeding of this cattle. This will be your 5th overall steer. Congratulations, young man.
In a crossbred steer division, your champion went to Carmen Knotts. Your reserve went to Fatima Padilla. Third, Avery Pollock. Fourth, Alexi Leonard. And fifth, Brantley Ball. Now for our overall champion market steer, we should be bringing back in Kinsey Clark, Easton Hayes, and Carmen Knotts.
Let's congratulate all the steer exhibitors, no matter where you placed. I appreciate you coming, allow me to work with your youth. This is an expensive project. This is something that we all know that is an expensive project. And I always tell the story, my kids, we're out in Alder's last show, probably next week. She declared, she's 21. Our last Angus Field Day was back in June. We chose not to go to Junior Nationals, but really just a good set. And I always tell them at home, I tell everybody, I said, you know, the people hauling, the people putting these shows on, we'll talk about them in a little bit. This is a great event y'all have come to today, but the people hauling, guys, I'm going to go ahead and thank Mom, Dad, Granddad, or whoever's helping hauling you these shows and funding it, but it's an expensive endeavor. As I say, we could, if we didn't show, we could live in a nicer house, we could go on nicer vacations, we could drive nicer vehicles, we could do a lot of fun, different things with it, and I say we could, I've always said, if we didn't show, we could have a lot of nice crap, I'll be honest with you. So, but it takes, let's say, we're going to do something weird next year. We're going to actually go on a vacation. I got a 27-year-old and a 21-year-old, and I don't know if I could actually make them sit in a car and get along enough to a boy and a girl. One's a graduate of Mississippi State, and one's going to Auburn. So, I don't know where to go on vacation. Daddy likes to go on history tours. I'm going to go to Little Bighorn Battlefield, so I'm just weird. I'm sorry. Gettysburg. I almost went to Gettysburg, guys, by the way. I was planning it, and I backed out of it. So, and I doubt that would be ideal for those two kids to go do that. But we're going to go that, or we're going to go, me and my wife are going, since we're not going to have cattle in the barn for the first time, we're going to go to the NFR. My dream was not to judge shows. My dream was not to fit cattle. That's what I ended up doing. I wanted to be a world champion calf roper. But lack of athletic ability, lack of a dad to buy me horses, practice cattle, and nice events and fund my hauling, that kind of cuts down on that. The athletic ability is one thing, I guess. I got out of this for a while in college. Got back. I was on the judging team in college, but really was focusing, trying to focus on roping and getting along with that, and then got back into it later on. Then, but that being said, nice set of cattle. You see, I'm just a structure freak. If that's one thing, I guess anything that's got to be extreme is the fact that cattle have got to be extremely sound. They don't have to necessarily be the thickest cattle in the barn for me. I want to move good. I want to get out and go, and that's the kind of cattle. That's the kind of cattle this one is. He'll be your champion steer. That being said, next one comes in a big, robust steer, kind of a little bit different on his front end compared to our class where, but he came from the toughest class of the toughest division of this steer show, and he'll be your reserve. Steer coming in next. You'll really like this steer. If you'll just go ahead and roll him in third, young lady. Let's not make a trip down there for nothing. Let's go ahead and do it. Let's congratulate this young lady. That steer's a good one as well. Gets a little bit closer to me, but I'm an Angus guy. We're going to go with the Angus steer. Fourth overall, nice kind of cattle. Here's what in this particular calf. Fifth overall. I still appreciate this big black and white ball, blaze face steer. Fifth overall. Nice calf.
In your overall grand champion market steer, it went to Carmen Knotts. Your reserve overall champion market steer went to Fatima Padilla. Third went to Avery Pollock. Fourth to Kinsey Clark. And fifth to Alexi Leonard. We now have market heifers coming into the ring. We got one in this class, Caden Boyard.
As we're around the corner of this single entry market class, I worked for years and finally got done to start a market heifer show in our particular state. Extension fought it, and I finally got it done. Talk about not using stereo-made females. I said, we'll start a market heifer show. Well, then, no, we don't want to do that. Now, here's the deal, guys. Fully 30% or more of the cattle that's marketed in the United States, the steak you eat tonight probably has about a 40% chance coming from a heifer. So that's just the way it is. And that we got to teach these youth that not necessarily all cattle, all females are meant for breeding. And so that's the lesson we're teaching here. And the good type and kind we've got here, she's really stout and she's robust, and that center rib going to be easy feeding. Nice project for the young man. Congratulate him.
Results of Class 27 goes to Caden Boyard. We have Class 28. We're looking for Charlotte Gribble and Joel Lipscomb.
Very competitive ones we've got here in this market heifer show, fed correctly, really like these cattle and for their type and kind. Logical place, young man with solid black heifer, white-uddered heifer. She'll win this particular class. Really a bold turn to her top, lots of rib shape, really feeding her to be successful from a carcass standpoint. One, you like the big foot and design. She's super sound. She looks really nice, young man. Crossbred heifer here we've got coming. There again, she's got some power to her. And right there through that center rib, you look, she works some muscle down the top side of that loin. She's really thick when you get in behind her. She's one that's not quite as soft in her structure as what we'd see in the class winner. Two good market heifers for this particular class.
In Class 28, your first place goes to Joe Lipscomb, second to Charlotte Gribble. We now bring back in Caden Boyard to compete against Joe Lipscomb for your champion market heifer.
As we compete for champion market female, market heifer there's no doubt in my mind. I think there's no doubt in anybody's mind in the crowd. This young man, he'll be champion market heifer. Nice female, nice market heifer. We're trying to get away from the female side part, but I think lots of market readiness about this particular heifer. And reserve will be this second in class too. And nice pair of cattle.
Our Margaret Heifer champion overall went to Joe Lipscomb, and the reserve overall went to Charlotte Gribble.
Champion market animal, I think there's no doubt in my mind, no doubt in my mind really when I saw him today in showmanship. They say you're not supposed to sort cattle in showmanship. Well, I did. I'm sorry. I liked him in showmanship. I said, it's, in my mind, in my conversation, I said, it's going to take a heck of a steer to beat this one. He'll be your champion market animal today. Congratulate this young lady. Saw these cattle in class today, and I said, well, we're not going to split them up. I knew going in, no matter how it come out for at grand or first or second, there's going to be grand and reserve in that particular class. And this in the market steers, you'll be a reserve market animal, young lady. Nice steer. Third place, we'll definitely use the white steer. That's a real cool one. That one's got a bright future. He's going to be interesting to see. He'll be up there in that top end when he gets to be a fat steer as well. That nice heavy prospect there. Our Angus steer will be fourth. Really highly competitive type and kind of an Angus steer. Congratulations, young lady. As far as fifth place market animal, I guess in my conversation, one that puts things together as far as structural, the way we like to put them together, market heifer would be your fifth overall market animal.
For the champion overall market beef, it went to Carmen Knotts. Overall reserve champion market beef went to Fatima Batilla. Third went to Avery Pollock. Fourth to Kenzie Clark. And fifth to Joel Lipscomb. Now the this right here, is that what you're talking about?
They need to come over to the table and they need to sign out.
Preston County Association?
Yeah, PCLA kids need to.
All PCA kids need to come over and sign out to the table to get your credits. The market winners tonight, the overall market winners, your grand is getting $400 in a director's chair. Your reserve is getting $300 in garment bags. Third place is getting $200 in a Luperson gift pack. Fourth is getting $150 in a banner. And fifth is getting $100 in a banner. Once again, the Preston County Livestock Association kids need to check out over at the table so you get credit. Exhibitors, we had turned in here a Sullivan Smart Comb. It fell out of one of your pockets. They found it. It's a Sullivan's Smart Comb.